Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
I love this kid.
Yeah.
If he's there, we'll take him.
Yep. Take two of them.
With the announcement of the first pick of the night.
With the first pick. Taking his time all day to throw it. Buys more time. Side on. First pick. First pick. Nothing. Williams. First pick. First pick. First pick. Here goes Caleb Williams. First pick. First pick. First pick.
History of Bears quarterbacks disgusting. It's been a long time since Sid Luckman. For 30 years, that was something I could stand by. Now let's get a guy who can elevate the franchise. And with the ninth pick, it's all about the right fit. Opposite of Montez Sweat, who would I get? Like Latu, what adverse might slip? Trade back, recoup capital and find hits. Build trenches, add more weapons. Development is a return on investment. Mock drafts only add to the questions. Do we start addressing the lack of protection? What is that say? And what a shame. Say the tape never lies. So now that we're on the same page, the next phase all begins with the draft. I see us
take the North and never give it back.
And Caleb is looking for just about anybody. This is where he really is devastating. When he starts becoming a maestro. Look out! There he is!
This time he goes back shoulder. Odunze gets out of there and then pounded to the ground. They're going deep, and it is caught. Malik Neighbors touchdown.
Williams is bringing that light to Chicago.
Can't restrict him to tight end. I mean,
Love Darnell Wright. We called that before the draft last year.
Yeah, you guys did. I give you credit for that. I sure did.
First pick, Ridley, first pick. First pick, first pick, first pick, Ridley, first pick. First pick, first pick, Ridley, first pick. First pick, first pick, first pick, Ridley, first pick.
hey, day two. We're back.
History of Bears quarterbacks disgusting. It's been a long time since Sid Luckman.
Yeah, sure
I love
has.
that lyric.
And we're on the next. That's the best part.
We're on to the next, Shane. I have to remember to record the draft, right?
Oh, yeah. I had that taken care of about a week ago. And
Probably. You always do stuff like that.
NFL Network and ESPN.
It's already there. I checked, right? If it's a check mark, it means it's
Yes, sir.
okay. Let me just double check on the NFL Network.
GM got a new cut. Caleb Williams just sent that out.
He gave him a cut. Funk, our boy.
Funk, yeah, Mr. Funk.
We gotta get Lawrence back on the show.
We do.
Let me text him right now. See if he'll jump on tonight.
Caleb said he's
Already
growing his hair out, so he's probably not going to go see Lawrence. Maybe for some trim up on the beard. Maybe we'll see.
He did have a little edge up from where he was.
Yeah, he needed it. Need to clean it up a little bit.
I'm not denying it's been a tough time, and
Oh boy.
Day two. Let's bring our other guy out here.
YouTube TV, please. Oh, there it is. Gone.
Ivan, are you locked and loaded, kid, with your Stanley Cup full of liquid?
I'm not loaded. I'm ready to go. I'm locked in, just not loaded. Yeah, there is water. There is water in this cup. There's also water and beer, so maybe
That's right. Yeah,
maybe I'll have a beverage or two. Maybe I lied earlier.
It's as long as it's a healthy balance. That's all that matters.
Oh yeah.
But day 2, man. Pick 75 and pick 122 tomorrow. That's all we have left. But we got the heavyweights last night. And it's really been a party as a Bears fan ever since. You know, you're waiting for somebody to pinch you to wake up, see if this is all real, and it is real. And this is the new direction. This is our new lives now. And man, I'm loving it, but I love it a little bit more if we can get another nice player here tonight at 75. If they decide to come up, maybe they drop back a little bit more and pick up something else. We'll see. But man, I keep on looking at this roster and I look at those guys out on the edge, and it's a big black hole across from Montez Sweat. What do you guys think?
Oh yeah, big hole. Montez Sweat, big need. The most obvious need, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even though it's a huge need, again, even if you get there, it's got to be a guy that grades out. That you can't just go out and say, "Oh, we're taking Dan Bazine here because we want another end." Can't do that. Doesn't work that way.
Well, if they were to trade up, they've obviously identified a guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's got to be in play. If you have a guy ranked so high, you know, Ryan Pace did that a lot. You remember, I always remember him, and I was a Riley Ridley fan. He bounced out of the league because he was living off of his brother's money, but he said he was that shining beacon, you know, that was left on the board. So they went and got him. It's just got to be the right guy, but
shining beacon.
Yeah.
He would be in play for me, Tavondre Sweat, especially with what you've done already and the guys that you have surrounding them.
It is interesting because you have, you know, they talked last year that the Bears weren't ready for a guy like Jalen Carter with some of the warts that he brought. I mean, this is the classic time when you have a locker room structured the way that it is. You have a coming to Jesus meeting with this guy on the fucking phone. You ready to grow up and become a Chicago Bear? Or do you want to keep dropping? This kid's got talent enough to go last night, I think.
Without a doubt. Oh, you wouldn't be wrong. I mean, you watch the tape, both of those guys are outstanding football players.
My guess is he's not going to be in play for the Bears, would be my guess, but we'll see.
Really?
It happened. Well, there's a lot of guys out there, man. I'm looking at a list right now. Daniel Jeremiah is best available. Cooper DeJean. Johnny Newton is out there. Now, Phil and I have been, you know, very critical of him. I would not have touched him in round 1. To me, this is where he goes. That's, to me, where he has value with his play, the way that I see it. Where did you fall on him, Ivan, on Johnny?
I said second round. It's like bottom first, second round. That's kind of where I was settling on him.
Yeah, so we're all together, but I mean, I don't think he's going to sniff 75. I think he's probably gone within the first 5 picks.
I don't know if Sweat will be gone because of the reality of.
Oh, no. There's a lot of talk that
people will go.
No.
He's dropping.
Yeah, that he'll
drop. A lot of talk on free fall.
That's what I'm saying to Jeff.
The thing about it is, in the NFL will put up with a lot of stuff, but when you are in a position like this kid is in, and you just openly lie to their face, you know, multiple teams. He admitted that he likes to party.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also said that that's a part of his past. And then 2 weeks later, he gets, you know, pinched for DWI. So, like I said, I don't want to go down that road. If the Bears are on the clock and he's available, I think it's definitely a talk that we can have then. But
Mhm.
you know, these edge rushers, Ivan, I can bring up a list here real quick, but you know, there's the name that I think you and me and Phil would all agree on that we're interested in is Braswell. Now, is
Yeah.
Braswell going to last to 75? I'd be stunned. You know, I'd be stunned. I know I'm a bigger Adisa Isaac fan than you guys are,
Mhm.
but if he's available at 75, he's 100% in play, I
Yeah.
think.
I don't know. I just see Adisa Isaac as see him as a stand up 3-4 line outside linebacker, pass rusher nonetheless. But like
Yep.
in this system, I don't know if Adisa Isaac is fitting, and it's not to his discredit or anything as a player. It's just I don't see him working in this system in particular, and I think he's a little smaller than I'd like him to be. But nonetheless, he has talent. I'm looking at a Braswell. You've mentioned, a few times Jonah Ellis. Like maybe one of those guys are in play for the Bears. Maybe they're
Yep.
interested in them.
Well, you
But
got
don't
guys like
forget-
Nealand. Nealand is out there. Mo
right?
Kamara is out
Yeah,
there, and that's a guy that's been. But again, if you're talking about prototypical size for what they want, it's you're gonna have to. There's got to be a give and take because these guys. Let's be honest.
mhm,
Defensive linemen, if they have everything that you want, you're not getting them in round 2.
right,
It's guys that are going up in Dallas Turner and Jared Verse territory, and if they're everything you want, you're not even sniffing them at 17 and 19. You're hoping that they drop to you at 3 and 4 and 5,
mhm,
on their worst day. Because listen, it's Phil talks about the Holy Trinity all the time, and pass rusher is obviously right in there, but
absolutely.
it's gonna be interesting to see how this goes. I mean, I think a trade up is 100% in play.
Hmm.
I think them sticking and picking is in play, and I think them bouncing down and picking up a little extra is in play. So everything is wide open. I know that's not breaking news that they can do any of those, but I don't think in true Chicago Bears fashion, just like last night, Ivan, everybody was reporting this. Oh, the Bears could go up, the Bears could go down, they could stay at 9. They don't let things leak out, and
Right.
that's what you want. That's what you want, and that's the way that they operate. But I think we're going to see defense unless for some reason a offensive lineman that they just, Cars made a comment on the pop-up show. He thinks that a pick at 75 could be an interior offensive lineman
Hmm.
because there's questions with Tevin, there's questions with Nate Davis,
Yeah.
and Ryan Bates, yes, but who knows? So
See, if this is the case, and we're talking about multiple holes, that's and don't get me wrong, and I mentioned it before to you guys. Like, I'm happy with Roma Odunze. Like, I'm ecstatic. Like, we're going to be something special. But these are my thoughts on what after that and how we're gonna. I think they're gonna be able to move down a couple times. Maybe they move back in, right? Maybe they trade up. Maybe not necessarily as high as the second round, but maybe they trade up, add a couple more picks, and then add their defensive end and on the third day, their DN and their O lineman on the third day, as opposed to jumping up here in the second day. I
yeah,
think that's something that's more probable than them jumping up here, trying to get another, top end talent, than missing out on not making up for the holes that they have already. So
yeah, no, it's a great point, and it's I know Mr. Chopstick back there is trying to power through his wonton soup with chopsticks. I'm not
yeah,
sure how he's
doing it.
got that figured out, but
Is that kung pao chicken? What is that?
he's he's definitely making it work. But no, man, they can go. Hey, you might get down there, and again, this isn't breaking news, but it's all going to depend on how they have these guys graded. I know it's not Chicago Bear related, but I think it's got to be wide receiver here at pick 1 at 33 for Buffalo.
Right.
Are they going to trade out? And it's, there's some guys out there. I know I see a lot of people in here talking about Jackson Powers Johnson. There's been a lot of talk about him that he's been falling because of his attitude. He turned off a lot of teams in the interview process, that he was just kind of very flippant and not really giving a fuck. And I'm not sure how that's possible when you're in a position like this. I know he's very young. He's probably got some growing up to do, but Jesus, I mean, come on, man. This is the ultimate job interview. Let's step up to the plate and knock it out of the park and act like a big boy and get yourself drafted and make yourself some money. Don't act like an asshole.
Yeah, and I like a little edge to,
Sure,
a little nastiness, but there's a time and a place, obviously, on the football field.
Yeah. Well, you know what'll happen. You know what'll happen there. He'll drop. Philly's got 2 second rounders, pretty close.
Right.
They'll roll the dice on a guy, on a 21-year-old guy that can play on the interior, guard or center, and they'll bring him in, and that's how Philly operates.
Yeah, they definitely need one. So I could see that. I mean, like I said, I love a little nastiness, but if it's going to be detrimental to the team where you can't work with the guys within your team, then I don't know what it's not going to work, man. You just can't do it. You can't pull the trigger.
Just looking, I got some stuff coming in here to see. Just a list of some of the top available: Keon Coleman, A.D. Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Patrick Paul, Edge Cooper, Jalen Polk, Johnny Newton, Malachi Corley. I mean, I think at this point, Ivan, we can cross wide receiver off, definitely a 75. Zach Frazier is I don't think he's going to sniff 75, but if he's there, he's definitely a guy. The running backs, it's gonna be very interesting to see how these guys fall off. I have my running backs. I did my top 5 that on the patron side. And I know you did yours too, Ivan, but my running backs are all very, very close in the way that I have them slotted. I had just enough of a difference to do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right.
But there's not a big difference between number 1 and number 5 on my list. And that's what I think I'm assuming is going to play out tonight. Is I think when you see, let's just say Dallas has been connected to Trey Benson and to Jonathan Brooks in Texas a lot. You see one guy go, I think you're going to see a run on all these guys going boom, boom, boom. That's the way that it'll go. But yeah, man, I'm interested. Luke 287, it's got some names there. Yeah, Fisk, Isaac, Braswell, Newton. Yeah, every one of those would be fantastic picks. But I just, I stranger things have happened. But man, if any one of those are staring you in the face at 75, or I saw a second round mock draft. This second and third round mock draft today. It had Braswell at 66. I'm making a phone call, man, if he's in that close to go get a guy like that. I think that's got to be in play. If he's at 66 and you're at 75, that's not that big of a deal. I mean, even if you're giving up, say you're giving up 75 in your 4th rounder and getting back like a 6th and whatever it is in the 60s, and you come out of this draft with Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, and Chris Braswell, I'm happy as hell.
Yeah, I'd be. It would the picks with Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams already puts you at the top, in my opinion, on this draft. You knocked it out of the ballpark. But going ahead and then solidifying a spot of need, and having the balls to go back up, and like you guys said, identified it and executed on it. Like that's you just got to you would have to continue to praise Ryan Poles more than he's already deserves. But I would be ecstatic if they got Braswell tonight.
Well, and let's be honest, Ryan Poles is very, very fucking calculated, and he's got lots of options. He's got a lot of whatever way this unfolds. He's gonna pull out the blueprint of what is unfolding in front of him, and if he is aggressive. We saw it last year, man. Tyreek Stevenson, he got within range and he went and got his guy.
Yeah.
He's done it before. He's not afraid to go back one spot. He did it, he did it with Philly. And I'm excited, man. I get excited, just as excited about day 2 and even day 3. Day 3 probably not quite as excited as I do day 1, obviously, but and we have the limited picks. But man, what are we at? 11 picks for 2025?
Let me
I
check.
think so. I believe so. But yeah, listen, you guys know my feelings on Notre Dame. Cam Hart is I'm a big fan of Cam Hart. I agree with Jeffrey here. He could play safety. I have him as
It's 9 picks. Sorry.
Well, we have 9 next year.
Mhm.
So I believe I had Cam Hart as my 5th corner in my top 5s. I'm very, very high on him. Yeah. Number 5.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about it. We did when we did that mock draft together. It was we were both kind of like, yeah, Cam Hart is sitting here. At the time he was at like 122, on the
he's going he's going before that.
Yeah, I think he's going before that. He even dropped in later weeks, from that. But I don't believe it. You don't believe it. I think Cam Hart is a quality cornerback that can help a team right away.
Well, where he fits perfectly. Yeah. He fits perfectly in Chicago for this defense.
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
With Flus. But it's just the Bears have done, and Ryan Poles have done such a great job in their secondary. It's yeah.
Facebook. I got a Facebook message. Matt Waldman, he wanted it there.
Okay. What time is he supposed to be swinging by?
He wants to know what time do we want him. When do you want
I don't know. Do you want him before the Bears pick, or do you want him to come on right after? And that would give 3 players that potentially that he may be able to speak on, depending on what happens.
Well, let him choose. Whenever these guys come on, we just
whatever. We'll make whatever work.
Phil, Brian's freaking out right now. You gotta fix your glasses, apparently.
I will. I pushed them on and my thing went over. All right, let me fix my glasses for Brian. Is that better?
I think it's just your eyes are crooked.
Yeah. It's just your face.
It's just my face. I broke my nose 6 times.
I don't know what it is about your face, Phil.
I had to eat that Chinese.
I think we just answered your super chat, Wayne. Yes, Mr. Waldman will be here.
He might come on now. He might come on later.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. We have Chris Zorich, Matt Waldman, Kenneth Davis, Max A.O.
I think Zorich would be perfect for right after our pick, because I'm thinking defensive line.
His family's house in South Bend.
Well, nobody's perfect.
So he's going to come on right after, whenever he wants.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. I get it.
Dealing with that. What's up, Isaiah Chuck Woo?
Chuck Woo.
I think my guy was with us. Phil's mobster name is Crooked Face.
Yeah.
Yes. I broke my nose. So when you look in the mirror at yourself, you could see the giant break. I broke it 4 or 5 times. I lost count. I can ask Coach O to come on. I could just send him the link. He'll pop on later. Obviously, I gave Steve the green light. Steve was dragging ass. I told him, you got to start running laps, bro. Get ready for TTNL.
Don't know how you guys do it.
He called me earlier today. Getting ready.
Nice.
I haven't talked to my dad today. because I've been so on cloud 9 and I did so many errands. How about this, guys? Pick this bad boy up today.
Ooh,
Look at that.
Nice.
Sweet.
Chasing greatness. And I also picked up this boy. These are test runs, Shane. And then I picked up this bad boy
Motherfucking facts, y'all.
with the TTNL down at the bottom there. There you go. So there you go. It's the Chasing Greatness campaign here on TTNL. David Kaplan. Literally, what did we get him on? Like 25 seconds before the pick?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was a little bit before that, but yeah. Either way, he's on a good run.
He's on a good run, that dude.
We should have had him go over and interview the guy that showed up to the Bears draft party with a Justin Fields number 2 Pittsburgh Steelers jersey.
Oh God.
Someone said he might be a Griffley. A
grifter?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they call him Griffley. It rhymes with it, I guess. I don't know. Griffley. His name was Griffley or Josh. One of those two.
Oh.
Matthew Parker, $2. What's up, Matt? Look at Matt. Matt looks like he's freaking ready to play football in his AVI. Can we look at some RAS scores for D-line and edge and O-line? We always do that.
Yeah, we'll throw him up there.
My guy, Kerry Franklin, wants a MFFY shirt. We're all going to wear them on the Jim Larison yacht. That's the next guy I got to send a link to, Jimmy Larison.
Oh, yeah.
Have him jump on tonight. It's a celebration. Where's Funkster Jones tonight? Get him on here for a minute. Woohoo! Woo! I love. He sounds like Hong Kong Phooey from my childhood.
Yeah, so this is from BR Gridiron. If you want to remove that comment, you can see the rebuild and that kind of. So you're going from Justin Fields to Caleb Williams, Herbert to Swift. Moore is the same. Mooney to Allen, Claypool to Odunze, and Kmet is the same. And obviously that's not including Gerald Everett, which I think in any conversation has to be included because he's going to be a big part of this offense also. But that's Ryan Poles doing some work right there.
Good to see you guys on here again. And deep thank you from all of us to you for all the work you do during this time of year. You sacrifice for your families, personal life, and more. Thank you, Emery.
Yeah,
we
thanks,
appreciate you. That's the TTNL photographer. When we go to a place, Shane hasn't met him yet. People think Shane is just an AVI that we created that talks with us.
Yeah, I'm a hologram.
He's a hologram.
Yeah, I'm a hologram that had dinner with Claudio and he still didn't remember it.
That's because you don't exist.
Yeah.
That's Claudio's excuse. You were a hologram. Only smart people can see you live.
That's right.
So I got these RAS scores if you guys want them.
For the ends? Or for the defensive lineman, I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is from Pro Football Network. These are the top RAS scores for the defensive tackles.
Yep, Fisk.
There's my guy. Yeah, I didn't know he scored that. Hora.
Yeah. Gabe Hall is a guy that's been getting a ton of love. Jim Nagy brought him up the other day, and he said people within the NFL love Gabe Hall, and most of the mock drafters haven't been high enough on him. But as soon as Jim Nagy mentioned him, I saw a couple of people run right out and do a mock draft and added him to their lot because they wanted to have his name documented that they drafted him.
There's
Chris Jenkins is an interesting name for Chicago.
A good player.
Yeah, because I think he fits what Flus wants. Mason Smith, the Bears have been connected to.
Darius Robinson, they have him listed inside. and some people put him outside.
Yeah, well, he's gone anyway. He went to Arizona last night.
Oh, that's right. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. And these are the edges.
Miles Cole scored that high on his rags.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
That is absolute bonkers.
Can you scroll down a little bit? Is there more edges on there?
Oh, yeah.
Isaac 877 and the one that Austin Booker, I know his was, I think, lower. He's been connected to the Bears more than once. The guy from
The kid
Kansas.
from Kansas.
Yes.
Well, as far as football, now you got to check the box. And I wanted to say this tonight. Some of you weren't live with us all day. So we did a pop-up show earlier, kind of recap with Mr. Cars. We wanted to get the nerd alert. Me and him had a quick back and forth debate, Ivan, on Bowers versus Mayer. And then we all agree that the Chicago Bears, and this is something that's different, and I don't care what Jerry Angelo, Greg Gabriel, or anybody from that era. I don't care what Ryan Pace and what's his name, Lucas,
Phil Emery.
Phil Emery. What's the other? Lucas.
Josh Lucas. He was
Josh
Ryan
Lucas.
Pace's
Any
right
of them say the tape is the resume, right? Then the sit down, you have to come away with recognizing, do they love the game of football? That's prerequisite number one. So when you're having the sit down, and listen, I bet there's about 50 of you guys out there that were all state football players in high school, and that's just guessing. Whether or not you love the game of football is another story. So you have to love the game of football. In the God-given talent department can't carry you in the NFL, because everybody that has stepped foot, including the Walrus, has NFL talent. And thus, that's the differentiator between being good, average, or great. The great ones love the game and understand how to work on their craft. That separates Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze from a pack. And the Bears are starting to recognize we want football players. You saw Ryan Pohl's face when Pat McAfee brought up RG3's dumbass commentary, how stupid he is, right? You saw that face.
I'm glad he addressed it the exact way he did, too.
Exactly.
He didn't pussyfoot around me. He goes, yeah, it does. It pisses me off quite a bit.
Pisses me off quite a bit. He held back the F word pretty well there. And then yesterday, when they were going through the introduction, that post-draft presser with Brian Poles, he addressed the old, that's just the Bears, same old Bears. And he addressed that. No, we're new energy. And you saw that same pissed off face. Like, what do you think we're fucking doing here? We're getting football players that love the game. That's a prerequisite to be a Bear. That's a hell of a lot different than what we've seen, this shitty run mom and pop shop organization for so long. They've got over on some lucky picks, most of them by Mark Hatley. And that's where we are now. And you got to give major props to Ryan Poles. Speaking of major props, Shane, one of our favorite guests, I think our fans.
Say, speaking of polls, let's bring on our next.
I don't know him that well yet.
We've heard stories.
We've only heard rumors around some lakes in Georgia.
He's like, fucking TTNL. God damn it. Been here 15 seconds. Started their shit already.
Let's bring them out. You know him from the rookie scouting portfolio. Our guy, Matt Waldman. There he is.
Hey, fellas.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, man. You know, Lake Lanier eats people.
Yeah.
I know.
down here in Georgia. I saw a sticker that told me that,
We hope you bring us a little bit better luck tonight, Matt, because last year, what was it? Yeah. One
Valus
time you're on with us
Jones
is
was
Valus
2 years
Jones, and
ago.
we all lost our fucking mind. And Waldman, when they picked him, he's like, well, if you want a gadget player that's not very good at anything, he's your guy. And I'm like, great.
I think you already started off on a good foot with the first two picks that you got.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That's where we want to start with you, Matt. First and foremost, if you haven't seen or read the rookie scouting portfolio, I can guarantee you no one has more written words about our first 2 picks than this guy right here. So get over there and make sure you buy that book. The chef, Matt Waldman, is serving up delicious dinners. And we're talking 5-course meals of draft quality cuts. Now, Matt, our quarterback, I called him the best I've ever scouted. And I mean that truthfully. Where I know you have very good inside source who worked with this young man. So why don't we start there before you talk about him and share, if you can, some of the things that you were told about this kid's work ethic and talent in regards to his journey to the NFL.
Sure, because if you guys don't know, I supply scouting reports to Will Hewlett and Tom Gormley. Will Hewlett is a well-known quarterback coach who, and when I say quarterback coach, I'm not talking pro quarterback coach who's basically an extension of an offensive coordinator. He actually works with quarterbacks to develop the technical skills or optimize their technical, conceptual skills of playing the position, not just translating a game plan. And he's worked with Brock Purdy pre-draft, continues to work with Brock Purdy. He's worked with Anthony Richardson pre-draft, and he's working with Caleb Williams as well as Jordan Travis, Austin Reed, and I know some people he might be working with next year too. We'll see, but can't leave it at that. Will's really well known. Tom Gormley is a biomechanics specialist. He was featured on ESPN this week with Stefania Bell for them, and Will was on there in the background, but they were highlighting what Tom does because ESPN likes all the gadgets and lights and all the fun toys that you get lost in the couch cushion, right. So or somewhere else. But yeah, so with that in mind, some of the things that Will talked about when I had him on the show this week was that he said, from a technical standpoint, most quarterbacks throw the football. We talk about arm velocity a lot. And really, when it comes down to it, yeah, it's nice to know how hard a quarterback can throw the ball. But most routes that a quarterback throws fall within a certain window of miles per hour. Whether you're, occasionally you'll see a Brett Favre laser that's thrown in there or a Matt Stafford ball thrown in there with high velocity. But most are going to be somewhere between 46 to 57 miles per hour. Most of them don't have that wide of a range, though. Most of them, it's a tighter window than that. And why that's important is that the bigger the window you have with the range of velocity that you throw a football, the more that you can demonstrate control and variation in how you get the ball there. And that opens up the toolbox in terms of the ways that you deliver routes, not only on structure, but also off structure, how creative you can be, how much you can, set things up with certain types of receivers with the routes they run, or what advantages they have, or defense, disadvantages that defenders have, or coverage looks have. So when they measured quarterbacks, and they measured Caleb Williams had the widest range of velocity that they've seen from a quarterback when they've been doing this for a while. And what was important about that is not only was it the widest range, but even in the slower end of that range where he would deliver balls, he still maintained a very high spin rate, which is a really good indication of control, that you're still throwing the ball with a level of control when you're doing that, which means that the placement's going to be better. And Will said that, when I looked at him, one of the things that I discovered pretty quickly was that Caleb Williams has developed the toolbox to throw certain routes in multiple different ways. And so, he gave an example of saying that, that I showed on X this week that, he said, listen, Williams can throw a 20-yard sail route 6 different ways. And I said, well, for our audience, can you give an example of what that means relative to other college starters and prospects and NFL starters? And he goes, oh, there's a lot of NFL starters who can't do that. He said, now, I'm not saying Caleb Williams knows when to throw those 6 passes at the right time
Bears
now.
fans think that means it's a interception to the Sam backer, an interception to the middle linebacker, an interception to the free safety.
Oh, okay.
6 passes. That's what we're used to as Bears fans.
Well, see, there you go. So then it'll be okay, because as he grows into the job and he has some of those, I'll go, that's okay. We expect some of that a little bit. But he's the fact that he already has those 6 tools in his tool belt is a good sign, and that he's working on being able to know when to apply them. So that's one thing. The physical aspect of him. I asked him about the Patrick Mahomes comparison, and the big Patrick, and he said, listen, the Patrick Mahomes comparison is an easy one. Doesn't mean it's a lazy one. I think it's a good one, though. He also said, the player that he was most influenced by growing up and patterned a lot of his game after was Aaron Rodgers. And so he said, but the Mahomes comparisons, especially physically and as a thrower, there's a lot there to be said. One of those things is that when these guys, these trainers and quarterback coaches and biomechanics people look at quarterbacks, they measure what's called T-spine rotation. And if you don't know what that is, that's essentially sit in a chair, straight back chair, get your back straight, and turn your body until your upper torso until it stops. And then they measure basically the distance of how you can turn. And he said that they talked. I was thinking that might happen.
That was
and I actually like that pick. So even though I prefer Xavier Worthy, that's a good pick. Well, I'm sure we'll get onto that, but I'll finish this real quick. Is that T-spine rotation allows you to throw the ball with a lot more creativity and efficiency, both on and off structure. Say, for instance, rolling to your left and throwing to your right. You know what that looks like? That looks like a shortstop turning a double play. Guess who played shortstop in high school and college? Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes looks like a shortstop playing quarterback. And people really got all crossed up on that and didn't understand. That blew their minds that you could possibly take other skill sets and be good and apply them to the NFL game. Well, Bobby Stroop, Mahomes' trainer, said that Mahomes had the widest rotation, T-spine rotation he'd ever measured on a quarterback. Well, when Tom Gormley and Will Hewlett did it with Caleb Williams, he had the highest T-spine rotation that they had seen. So, and he also played a lot of baseball, and they're looking for people with a baseball background because it's the purest throwing sport that is out there. And the final thing I'll say about Caleb that Will said is that he said, I know a lot of these guys. I trained with them for months. We kept it under the table that we were working with Caleb for a long time. We tried to hide that for a while. He said, but, even though they had ESPN cameras on us this week, most of the time he's not around cameras when we're doing work out here in Florida. And Will has multiple sons. 2 of them are college quarterbacks. One of them just committed to Wake Forest last year, and another one just committed to USF this year. Will himself was a quarterback. He's the first quarterback outside the United States who actually got a college scholarship.
Wow.
So he's he's from South Africa, I believe. I think he's from South Africa. And he ended up, So Will's legit in terms of having some talent. You got to have some talent to come from that far, especially he's more in our age range, to have come from a different country and be able to get a college scholarship, even if he wasn't playing at Stanford or something like that. So that said, he said, my son who's going to USF said, came out to practice. He comes out to practice to watch these guys throw because, you're going to get a chance to see pro players throw.
Yeah.
So, after practice, these guys are all going in to lift. They're all going in to do their thing or move on into whatever they got with the rest of their day. And he said, the weather's sometimes crappy. There was one day we out there, it was like 25-mile-an-hour gusts. Not a great day to be throwing the football, maybe. He said, but we're out there. My son and I were going to go out there and throw. But him and Caleb Williams got out there, started talking. And Caleb just starts showing him things and literally spends an hour with him after practice, after everyone left. There's no cameras around. He said Caleb's always got a constant pursuit of perfection. And he said that, I'm sitting there just playing receiver with these two guys, and Will's just geeking out, showing my son stuff. Doesn't have to. Nobody's there to see it. Nobody cares. He's just passionate about learning and passionate about sharing. And him and Tom, and this is my inference from all this about, especially this last story. Will didn't say this. Tom didn't say it. I just look at their tweets every once in a while about all the bullshit that was made out of Caleb Williams and all the things that they were saying. And just from knowing Will for the past 10 years and seeing the tenor of Tom's tweets, I think these two guys are chomping at the bit for this shit to be over and Caleb Williams just to go out and play football so he can shut everybody up to show who he really is, because I think they love this kid. And because I've heard them talk about other players and they talk about some similar things, but I've never heard them talk about a player where they're like pissed off at the bullshit that's being leveled at them. And so I think they legitimately like him, think he's a good guy, think he really cares about football, and think that he's just a down-to-earth normal guy because some, square-haired accountant posed as a, 4-letter word, broadcaster decided that they didn't like that he had silver fingernail polish. Are you going to not listen to me anymore because I had a tail back in the late 80s and early 90s, or I had long hair? I mean, if you did, fuck you. That's fine. I don't really care from that level. But you're missing out. You're missing out if that's the case. Or the same thing with anything that you do, or you look at your son or your daughter and some of the dumb shit they're about to do in about the next 8 to 12 years if you haven't seen them reach adulthood yet. So really, are you going to get hung up on fingernail polish?
Right.
You're going to get hung up on what they're doing as work-wise, or their dad, because their dad's excited and is proud of their kid, not know how to handle everything perfectly. And people are like nitpicking everything. Come on.
What year did you add the phone case color of the prospect to the RSP? Did you know what I mean? I've never seen anything like it, man. It's they showed him. I had the game on and they showed him, and then instantly on Twitter, it just like here we go, and it's Caleb's got a pink phone case and all of this, and I'm like, holy shit.
They talked about Teddy Bridgewater and his weak knees, and
Chargers are moving up to get Ladd McConkey.
There you go. Keenan Allen's replacement, hopefully on Sunday.
Wow, my guy.
Yeah,
Ladd. But sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. But that's the thing. You look at this kind of stuff. People find reasons. Again, Anthony, last year, you look at Anthony Richardson, how raw he was. And we were sitting here talking about last year, how he was not raw. He was inexperienced with certain things. And lo and behold, what did they say this year? At the end of the year, he was far more advanced than we thought he was. Will even was saying this year, I didn't ask him about him last year. I just delivered a scouting report. What about my business? But he said, he told me in the interview this year, he was like, that dude wrote the book on how to prepare as a rookie quarterback. He was the most organized guy I'd ever seen. He's got a great memory and he really understands how to apply stuff. He goes, I think this guy's a superhero who knows what his powers are and is figuring out how to apply them. And I know that the feedback from the Colts was like, we didn't realize what we didn't realize fully what we got into him until we got him in camp, and which is normal sometimes, because they're still figuring out how to evaluate quarterbacks, as we can see.
Yeah, jeez, I know. So Matt, when you just did your work beyond, talking to people, when you sit down in your lab and you're breaking it down, what are some of the things that get your quarterback juices flowing? And then what's something that, if you're like, this is something that we really need to harness and focus on?
Well, I think, first of all, I mean, he makes incredible throws that are kind of one of one. I
Yep.
mean, you can compare them to Mahomes or Josh Allen or Aaron Rodgers, and I certainly see the Aaron Rodgers style, the little two-step throw thing that quarterback coaches of yesteryear used to not like,
yep.
but that little release off the two-step little thing, which is really good. The awareness of what's going on the field as an improviser is really impressive. I love that he climbs a pocket. I know so many people love to like denigrate his ability to move around and buy time, but this kid is not Kyler Murray. If you're gonna compare him to Kyler Murray, go ahead. It's like saying you have a corned beef pastrami sandwich and you've never been to Cat's Deli in New York.
Yeah,
Okay, it's
I've
like
been there.
it's like a completely different. Or you've had pizza, but you've never had New Haven pizza. It's like
I've been there too,
right? Like you've had Domino's. It's like you've had Domino's, and then you went.
You ever heard
to
of Pizza Hut,
Alley's.
Matt?
Yeah, exactly. I've had Pizza
Little
Hut. Oh, it's all
Caesars,
the
man. It's
same.
right over
It's
there.
all
What are
the
you talking
fucking same. I mean, Kyler Murray, yes, he'll get on national TV because he'll buy 8 seconds of time in the pocket, but his receivers had to reroute 3 times. His linemen are pissed off at him because he invited the pressure in the first place, and they still lost more games than they've won every season that he's been a starter. Caleb Williams knows when to climb a pocket. Last year, he didn't always have the pockets to do that with. And he's very good in tight spaces to be efficient and buy time. So, when you don't invite pressure unnecessarily, when you can learn from your mistakes, he's a guy that he'll make a mistake, and then later in the game, the defense will try to bait him into that same mistake. And he'll be like, nope, the first time was on me. This next time's on you. And I'm a big fan of that. He reads the field well. Listen, I don't think he has as much athletic upside as, say, Anthony Richardson did. And I think Anthony Richardson was just as good in the pocket. I think that Williams is probably a little better in terms of what he does as a thrower and reader of defenses right now. But he's in that tier. And those are some of the best quarterbacks I've seen in terms of their potential and their reality, their current reality and what their potential could be over the past 5 to 7 years. So, he's an instant starter. I would say even if Matt Nagy were still there, I would even say that Caleb Williams would have even survived that zombie apocalypse. So I think you guys got a great pick. You have a player who has been at 2 different programs and excelled, and who can play in and outside of structure. And then you got Odunze on top of that, who to me was the second best receiver in this class. If you're just judging by, see, there you go. And you got
him number 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you had Marvin Harrison 3?
I did.
See, me and you had him 3. Shane told me that you had him 3 too. So
yeah. I mean, he's a Devontae Adams type. That was my comp for him, and he said that was who he is. And you have an Aaron Rodgers influenced player throwing to a Devontae Adams influenced player. Hate to say this to Bears Central, but hey, it's okay. You can respect those guys. And like Adams, when he came into the league, he had a couple of good receivers he got to watch and practice and learn a little bit from. And that's the same thing. No way.
No, they're taking My guy, the defensive
I put it
tackle
up
from
as that was just a joke.
No.
That's just
Yeah.
busting,
Oro,
just busting
Oro.
balls over
That's
here.
too
Just
funny.
busting balls.
Too funny. I'm like, no way. No
Well,
way.
let's stay there just for a second, Matt. When you saw that play out, now
Good stuff, Daniel.
I know we are all high on Penix here. Just the situation. I mean, it's Ryan Pace, the former Bears GM, is down there and has some influence in Atlanta. And the blueprint of what they did, going out and paying a quarterback. Obviously, Kirk Cousins is on a whole different level than Mike Glennon, but Kirk Cousins is at the draft party up on stage with the fans when they call him to let him know about this, guaranteeing him over $100 million, and then going out and Michael Penix in the top 10 at number 8. And the GM follows it up and says, hey, if we have to sit him on the bench for the next 4 to 5 years, that's a great situation for us. I was like, wow, I was stunned.
I'll say this, to be honest with you, I love the pick. I love the decision. And I'll say this. Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback.
Yep.
Kirk Cousins is also beloved by most of America from what you see, because he's everything that most people in America want to be or think that they deserve to be or should be. Okay. And that's all fine and well. But if 35-year-old Kirk Cousins, who in the same breath whined about the fact that maybe they could have gotten a better player that they could use right now, in the same breath that he said, well, my leg's not all quite ready yet, and I can only run in a straight line, but I can't break outside a pocket yet. But we really need a player who could help us this year. Well, guess what, Kirk? If you can't fucking help them by year's end because your leg still isn't good, guess where Atlanta's going to be without a quarterback? We saw that last year.
I guess what surprised me more than what I'm saying is
they didn't tell him.
Well, that part of it, I mean, it's the NFL. I guess that shit happens and you're not required to tell them. I mean, it's neither here nor there, but they knew that they were at number 8 for a long time before they even signed Kirk Cousins. You had to have had some inkling when you were there that you were going quarterback. And I mean, do you still love it? Guaranteeing him $100 million and doubling down on it at 8? That part really surprised me.
Yes,
the financial end.
I still like it because we know that the salary cap is a myth. I know that the guaranteed part is probably the big part of that, but at the same time, listen, 4-year contract. He's 35. He's most likely going to, while they guaranteed him some money, they're probably going to significantly renegotiate that contract in 2 years, 2 or 3 years. They're probably going to significantly renegotiate it. And if he walks, God bless him. Good luck finding another job coming off an Achilles tear, at 38, 39, finding better money and not being a backup who can maybe come in and clean some things up. This is your last stand to be a good player, and they're paying him to win right now, this year and next. And I think that's why they gave him that money. And at the end of the day, you're also there, whether you like it or not, Kirk, because I know you always thought you had Brett Favre's arm, and you never did, is that, and you play like it sometimes, is that you think you do and you don't. But he's there to show what it means to be a veteran quarterback and work and how to go about doing that. Exactly. That's exactly, Jeffrey. And the thing is that Penix gets a couple years to sit. This is what everyone says. Everyone says we need to give these quarterbacks time, or they'll give the excuse that they can't because. And think of these excuses, because this pisses me off more than anything. All right, Penix is going to be 28 before we even know he's going to be good if they wait that long.
Right.
Kirk Cousins was 27 before he actually had a good season. Drew Brees was 27 before he actually had started his run with the Saints.
Right.
And that lasted for what, another 12 years?
Right. But at the same time, none of them were taken in the top 10 of the draft either.
But
I mean, that's
Yes, but here's the thing. that's because it happened by accident,
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be an accident. Steve McNair wasn't an accident. He was a top 5 overall pick, and they did intermittent playing time with
Alcorn
him.
State.
Yeah, and they gave him playing time with Chris Chandler in front of him. They had, you look at Aaron Rodgers behind Brett Favre, Jordan Love behind Aaron Rodgers. You look at Pat Mahomes behind, Alex Smith. And these are things that shouldn't be an accident. Right now, they just don't know how to handle it because when you look at the end of the day, I don't care if Michael Penix is 28 when we know for sure. If he plays till he's 35 at a high level or 36, does it matter? Especially if 2 out of 3 quarterbacks selected in the first round fail, and you're going to give them at least 3 to 4 years, right? How many years? What year was Justin Fields in when
He was going into year 4?
Okay, so 3 full years. So at least 6 years if you fuck up 2 of the 3 quarterbacks in a row.
Yeah.
And then let's give them 2 more years to the guy that you do figure it out with. You're looking at 8 years right there where you've been spinning your wheels, and that makes no sense to me. So I just look at it as like, I get that there's some truth to every argument to it, but the problem with the paradigm is that the root issue is they don't know how to evaluate these guys fully yet, and they don't know how to develop them and put them in the best situation. And until you do, we're picking at ends of the thread that we don't know is going to really untie that knot or tighten the knot further. And so right now, the answer to me is stop valuing these guys like you're desperate at closing time to get a date, like at a bar. Let these guys drop. Let them drop and see what happens. But they won't do that because next year, none of these guys that are about to come out have a high grade right now beyond maybe Carson Beck. And as a result of that, a lot of these teams are desperate, thinking that there's going to be another 8 to 12 teams next year that are going to need a quarterback, and there's not going to be one available. So that may have factored into Penix as well.
I want to add one other piece that I think factored into it. With the thing that happened with tampering, their staff and front office could be worried about next year's first round pick being removed.
Yeah.
Thus, you couldn't be in the game of taking a quarterback next year because of the tampering thing. They didn't lay down the law of it this year. So maybe they know that next year's first might be off the table. And listen, he was my 3rd ranked quarterback. I said to Shane, I love this talent. I thought the Giants were going to take him.
Me too. I thought they'd trade back in at the end of the first round.
Did you see Albert Breer's report about the Giants?
No.
They offered number 6 and their first rounder next year to New England to go up to 3.
So they wanted May.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, they lucked out that they didn't.
Oh, Matt, you and I talked privately about that.
Good trades are don't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I reached out to Matt and I were talking via DM, and I'm like, I don't see it. And then you were in a similar, situation where you wanted to go back and look at it again because you're like, I can't be this different from everybody who's putting this kid up on a pedestal. I never saw it at any point.
I thought of Matt because I forget which analyst was on ESPN, but they're like, well, if you look at his 2022 tape, then you see a good football. But if you look at his 2023, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. I looked at both. I'll put it this way. If you divorce results from your process and actually focus on the process of how players, again, scouting is all the skills that you look at physically, mentally, technically used to set yourself up for positive plays or your teammates up for positive plays. Not whether they achieve them, just whether you set them up. If you're asking the questions with that goal in mind, you can have shitty stats and still be good. Matt Forte was one of the first guys I learned that about several years ago. Matt Forte, Ahmad Bradshaw, Joseph Adai. They're all pretty good running backs. I learned it with Lamar, and it was validated at quarterback with Lamar Jackson easily. It was, so it's one of those things that people even don't know how to chart quarterbacks.
Right.
Like, I just saw, there was many years ago when we talked about Baker Mayfield, and I was like, he's not accurate. And I had some people trying to, triangulate my work with somebody else's work. And first of all, I don't know what those other people were doing, or at least not at the time. So I'm like, it's not really fair to them or me, but I'll just say this is my process for how I chart that. And when people say, well, how could you say it's not accurate? I say, because there's a difference between pinpoint accuracy and what I call general accuracy. Well, one of the people that they tried to triangulate with me was Ben Solak from The Ringer, who was at Draft Network. And I know Ben, and we're friendly, and I respect the hell out of a lot of the work that he does. But I know that Ben adopted what the RSP's been doing for The Ringer with the types of accuracy that he looks at that he didn't do with Baker Mayfield at the Draft Network. Yeah. But he's now doing it with the Ringer's draft thing. So what's fascinating is both Ben and I had different views of Michael Penix's accuracy. He said he thought it was troubling. I looked at it and said, well, I see that there's things in the middle of the field that aren't like ideal, but still more than good enough to say he's accurate there. So the question then is, well, what are you accounting for as accurate and inaccurate? Are you accounting for coverage and only where the player can throw it? Are you defining pinpoint accuracy as the receiver didn't have to make an effort to catch the ball? Well, then you would be saying that Jordy Nelson catching all those back shoulder balls from Aaron Rodgers wasn't accurate, when in fact they were pinpoint accurate, so those are things that maybe a young charter still has to learn. And Ben's a young, brilliant guy. Anybody who went to the University of Chicago has got some brains. But
he's an Eagles fan. Fuck him, Matt.
Yeah, well, hey, there you go. But some of us have done this for a while with a little bit of experience. So sometimes my dumb ass with a little bit of doing it the wrong way a lot of times for more years than him doing it right kind of counts for something. So that would be my speculation, is that maybe if I end up being right, or we end up being right with them, it's because of how you chart it as opposed to the way he charted it. But we'll find out.
Two of my hires, if I ever took a job in the NFL, are on the show right now. I place a call to Matt Waldman, and Shane obviously would be going. And if that was with the Green Bay Packers, I'd take the job.
I'd be the GM, so I think I'd be hiring you, right? So I don't know if
no, I would get asked to coach, and then I said only if I could bring these two guys in as my. That's what I meant by that. But yes, if you were, I hope you'd hire me, because I won't. I don't like to lose, Matt.
Well, as long as if you need a guy to lose weight, on your team that you draft, as long as you can make him walk my dog like a couple times a day.
How many steps are we getting in now?
But I think now we just need to get him into a wooded area where there's a possibility of deer or groundhog.
Let him go.
And this guy will probably get a lot of resistance training and shed some pounds. Let's put it that way.
Jeremy Foyer, real quick, $9.99. I'm sorry, Shane. Just want to say how much I appreciate the wisdom of Matt Waldman. Smartest man in the draft. Only man picking Puka last year. Great stuff, Matt.
Thank you.
He said that on this show, when I asked him, hey, give us a sleeper guy, that later round receiver, and you did. First, it was the year before when you talked about our guy goes
screen right there, Tavondre.
Yep. First, it was Khalil going to Buffalo as one of your sleeper wide receivers, and then last year was Puka.
That was with our pick, by the way. We traded out of that spot with
I
Buffalo.
know. I wanted that dude too.
I lost my mind.
I know that sucked, but hey,
it is what it is.
You could be Browns fan. That's all I can say.
Yeah. So Matt, is our guy Tanner Mordecai going to get drafted?
Yeah, I think he will. I think he'll get drafted somewhere between the 6th and 7th rounds.
I like him.
Yeah. Yeah, I got some inside info on him a little bit because Alex Brown's my bud.
Yeah.
You know, he was SMU's recruiting coordinator, and he's now at Ole Miss. He's moving up in the world, as you could say.
Nice.
And
Nice.
Alex is good people. And Alex, I said, so tell me about Tanner Mordecai while I was on one of these walks with
Yeah.
my little strong safety. And and he said Mordecai is very good in the weight room. He's very good in like behind the scenes. He prepares well. He is a guy that holds other players accountable. Like he's a guy that people in the locker room are going to respect and want on the team because he works hard. He expects others to work hard, and if they don't, he lets them know about it.
He's Tyson Bagent, Matt.
There you go. There you
I'm
go.
serious. I'm not talking about, in specific play style, but I think there's upside there with him, man. And nobody's talking about him.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
His big criticism is that he feels that as a thrower, there are some things that he doesn't think he's going to get better at, and that in the middle of the field, he has some real difficulty reading certain things in the middle of the field. But he said that
I just took a guy number 11 overall a couple of years ago that had that same issue.
Right. But at least you're getting it. But he did say this. He said, I feel like that Mordecai is that type of guy that could easily become that journeyman backup who you're valuing on your team more for that role, who can clean up a game or can give you some games with starts and not completely shit the bed.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I think that was the same DM thread when you and I were talking when I brought him up to you. But no, it's again, I don't think you can have. I'm always swinging. I was banging the drum for Tyson Bagent last year for the Bears to draft him, and when they brought him in as a UDFA, I was very, very excited. And the Raiders, and I don't even know if a lot of people know this, the Raiders tried trading for him when they signed Luke Getsy. That was the first thing. Get a hold of Chicago, see if we can get Bagent.
Yeah.
Ryan Poles wouldn't do it. And that's a big deal, man.
Yeah, it is. Bagent's fun. I think that you guys picked a good one. It was a nice pick in that range. And now you've got a
not even
really
a pick, UDFA.
That's right. That's
UDFA.
right. Yeah. He should have been a pick.
Yep.
I think I had him 6th last year on my board, which is pretty high. So, but yeah, I mean, and thank you for letting me talk about Penix because I laugh. Like I've lived in Atlanta since I was 10 years old. And that means like, other than 1 year in Jamaica, I've lived in Georgia for 43 years outside of as a resident, at least. I was in Miami for a while too. But that said, I've been doing this for over 20 years now, and I've done a lot of on-air stuff, and I kind of giggle because it's like I've never been on a show in Atlanta. I've never been invited to do a show in Atlanta.
It's
Like
so
I'm
weird.
like non-existent in Atlanta, which is kind of fun.
I just
funny.
did one.
I've never done one.
Yeah.
Only Shane has done one, and
I went out, and it was so funny. I went with
one
all
of these kids.
I went into my DMs last night to find the show that I was on in Atlanta, and I'm like, I wonder what the reaction is, after the Penix. Like I said, I had him as my QB3 in this draft, and they were DEFCON 5 losing their fucking minds, and
Yeah, they are. And I laugh because my laugh was like I'm on a Football Guys show.
Yeah.
And I made a joke about that, which made Bloom cringe a little bit. But like but I made a joke about that. I said, but because I let it off and said, hey, look, this has never happened. I said, it's probably not going to start now when I tell them that Penix was my number 2 and they don't fucking know anything, you know. But I mean, it's like, but it is what it is. I mean, I think that part of it is there's so many optics of things that they want to think are somehow predictive, like injury. Matt Stafford before he ever became worthwhile before he became a Super Bowl winning quarterback, let's put it that way. He had 2 ACL tears and 2 shoulder injuries and a broken back. But are we talking about that?
Right.
Frank Gore had 2 ACL tears He had a pretty long career, but we don't, why are we worried
Son's
about
available, by the way.
recurrence? Yeah, exactly. But we're worrying about recurrence of injury, which is a very low thing.
Yep.
And his arms aren't made of jelly. Okay. I mean, they're not torn up and liquefied the way people say. This guy's going to be fine. So I appreciate you letting me rant about that when we could be talking about Rome Odunze.
Well, we wanted to break down the quarterbacks, and that's what you do well. So I want to make sure. I knew that you loved Penix too, like we did. So
before we move to Rome, Matt, and this has been a big debate, and Phil and I have been losing our fucking minds over it. Was there any point, like, I don't know how people look at Jaden Daniels and say that he's far and away QB1 and the most pro-ready quarterback by a wide margin of all the guys that are available. How do you feel about that?
Who, Jaden Daniels?
Yes.
That you feel that way?
No. I do not. Oh. No, I'm asking you, how do you feel when there's
people say that?
Then people have said that, yeah.
The same way I felt when I heard people say that about the guy that they brought in to be the bridge, because they feel like they're both somewhat alike, if you ask me, or it's a subconscious thing that they're both alike, and that's Marcus Mariota, who I thought is kind of a robotic quarterback who needs a very strict scheme-specific recipes of like scheme plays where you look at Oklahoma's offense where it's like, okay, we're going to make it look like you're reading the field when you're really just enacting fakes to misdirect people to do that. He's going to need a lot of that early on to develop into the type of player that he is. When they compare him to Lamar Jackson, it's an insult to Lamar Jackson, because Lamar Jackson is a much more creative, durable runner, a smarter runner. Lamar Jackson is a much better pocket player, and he's much better at reading the field while moving in the pocket and being able to see what he's actually reading. And Lamar Jackson got training wheels in an offense that he really didn't need for that as long as they gave it to him. Jaden Daniels probably needs those training wheels for that period of time, because he's not I've seen him make 2 or 3 reads, and he can do that on occasion, but he also has reads where he's like, I call it tragicomic timing, where like you should see that you should know you have an over route, and that with the coverage you're looking at, that when you've slid to the right side and you have a wide open flat to sit in for a couple of beats, that if you just wait a little bit longer and you've got that open space and you should be able to see it, you should just wait one more beat to get that ball out. But he doesn't do that. There's a lot of plays where he turns away just as the route's breaking open. And he's usually more of a 1 and 2 read option when he's at his best at reading the field. So I think he can be good. I think he could develop, but it wasn't the receivers that he needed. It was that he needed the receivers and the offensive line to be at his best. And he's more of a Robert Griffin, Marcus Mariota archetype of player. He could be better than both those guys in terms of how their career played out. And I hope he will, but I don't think to say he's the most pro ready.
Wait, that's what I'm saying.
I don't get it.
Me either. That's what I'm saying. And I've seen
QB5.
Yeah. Dan Orlovsky said it.
Dan Orlovsky,
Lewis Riddick said it. And I'm like,
they're getting paid by the agent.
Well, Phil brought up a great point. He's like, you're selling your soul because you know somebody that knows somebody, and you want to get your guy as high as possible. But it's just like,
they want to look right at the moment, because they're about entertainment than it is about being absolutely right. Somebody gave me this advice I don't want to mention who they are because I think they're a good guy. And they are a former football player, and they know football very well. And they're moving up in the world, and good for them at what they're doing. But when I was doing work with this person at one time, they said, listen, Matt, it's better to be, from my standpoint, it's better to be entertaining than it is to be accurate. With this. And my first thought was, for you, that makes sense. For me, fuck no, because I don't want to be an entertainer. I might have the voice to do it, but I have the looks for the written word, so I'm not trying to be that person. I'm trying to be a scout and an analyst. And I know I'm going to be wrong a lot, but I'm not trying to be that person. But those people at those levels, they're trying to be entertaining. So sometimes you got to take all that shit with a grain of salt, and it sucks, but that's how it goes.
Jeffrey McLaughlin, $2, and it's worth every cent. Why hasn't Matt been on a song yet, Phil? I literally talked to Matt about this last week. Maybe earlier this week.
I keep ignoring Phil when he says it. I just keep talking about other things when he says it.
Matt has so much talent.
Yeah.
And I think he's nervous to go on a track, but he has promised that he will when he gets better at it. I'm like, just get on now we have a new music director here at TTNL. So we're going to have to where he's in the process. 2 new additions to TTNL, Steve Edwards and Max AO are both getting married or just married and both buying and closing on houses at the same time.
And everybody's traded. This is like the 4th straight pick that a team has traded up for. Now New Orleans just traded up.
But yes, we will get Matt on a track to be determined in the future. And maybe we'll call it something that Matt will get a huge kick out of, and that'll inspire him. He's got the bass in the background there, right? That's a bass guitar, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got that. He's got the chalkboard. There's some music notes. We'll get him.
Let's get into our new number 15, Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington.
Odunze. Talk about his. I have him wide receiver 1. You have him 2. Shane had him 3. Ivan, you had him what?
All
3?
very close too. Yeah,
I had him 3.
Yeah. So we're all in the same.
We had the talk about. There was a talk about the Bears going up for a wide receiver, and I'm like, oh please. I didn't have. I'm not going from Caleb Williams to a gap, and then your next guy. To me, all 3 guys are. There's not a huge. There's not a huge.
In the wide receivers.
Yeah, in the wide receivers. So it never made sense to me. And they stick and pick and got their guy at 9.
Talk about Odunze, Matt.
Well, I think, first of all, it's a great fit because with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, you have 2 players who are still capable of performing at their peak. Yeah. Moore's at his peak right now. He's probably at the peak of his where the physical and the conceptual are intersecting. I would say Allen has shown that he can still be capable of the physical, and both of those guys can play multiple roles.
Yeah.
They can play inside and outside. So that takes a shit ton of pressure off Odunze because he doesn't have to be what Marvin Harrison Jr. has to be, right?
The man, right.
Yeah. And trust me, with Kyler Murray, that's going to have some ups and downs as good as he is. But I think that with Odunze, now the Bears can just give Williams basically pick 3 and pick whoever you think has the best matchup. And you're going to be able to put Odunze in matchups where he doesn't always have to face the man to win the ball. And he can grow into it. He's in a great room because Keenan Allen.
Yeah.
I see your head getting frozen in amazement on Keenan Allen when you did that.
Yeah, because Keenan Allen to me is one of those guys that my buddy Ryan Riddle, who I've talked about a lot, who played at Cal as a defensive end and played in the league for a while, he would just wax poetic about Allen all the time and say, listen, Allen was one of those guys when he was young that if you added weight, he could give you that physical ball winning tackle breaker Allen receiver at the boundary. When you told him to lose weight, he was like a deer in terms of how sudden he is.
Yeah.
He could be everything, he could do anything you wanted him to do. And it was true. And, he slowed down some, but he's a great slot flanker option. He's going to teach Odunze so much if Odunze just keeps his eyes and ears open. And then Moore, I love Moore. He's the closest. He's a couple miles away from Steve Smith, but he's the closest receiver to Steve Smith that's been in this league in terms of what you can do after the catch. Physical, and he's gotten a lot better at the catch point.
Still very. He just turned 27, a week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, he's. They have a complete room now.
Yeah,
and
first time ever, I think.
Yeah, and
they've never went 3 deep.
No, so
Chicago.
For Williams, you've got this tiered in age, tiered levels of players where you're going to really be able to stair step Williams to always have a comfort level with these players if they stay healthy, and just grow and grow with them. And then you hopefully just you only need to find one receiver every year as opposed to trying to find multiple. And that's been the problem with Chicago, is that they've had to try and throw 2 or 3 at the board, and hopefully one of them sticks. Exactly. Now they're like in a pattern where they can just add one and be a little bit more strategic about it. So
every 4th or 5th year you find Johnny Knox, but then there's a lull for a long time.
Yeah, you get Velus Jones, you get exactly. But the thing is with Odunze is he's the best combination of athletic ability and physical size with route running that was of the top 3 guys. I like Neighbors the best. I thought he was the best route runner, but Odunze was no slouch.
No,
he not only has the technical tools, but he conceptually understands how to use pacing to set up the tools. And he's terrific at the catch point. Like,
he's phenomenal. That's why I had him so high, because you're right, Matt, not to cut you off. I think just piggyback on that. The thing that separated him from Neighbors from me, because normally Neighbors, since you brought up Steve Smith, it's that kind of aggressiveness and speed and fearlessness, bully that I like normally. But the thing with Odunze, it was just a great Picasso painting of route running and acting at the stem. But it wasn't, that was why he was good. It was the finishing. He finishes with easy, beautiful hands, eyes through hands catching all the time. You rarely see him drop the ball. He just tracks it so well. I mean, some of these balls that Penix is putting on them with the velocity too, he was just plucking them out of the sky with his curled up. I played with Wayne Corbett, and we would battle on the jugs machine all the way 80, 90 miles an hour, me and him 6 yards away to try to catch the ball. And it was always curl those fingers up and be prepared, and you catch that ball. He does it over and over, and that's where I love him. And you could talk on that.
Yeah, his position at the catch point is a really key point, because a lot of people miss that. They'll talk about how athletic guys are to catch the ball, but they don't understand the basics of how do you earn position as the ball is in the air when you're against the defender, and where you should be when you leave your feet, where your body should be to catch a ball. And people, because you'll see, you go on social media or on YouTube, and you're going to see people talk about, a good example was Colin Johnson of Texas, who a lot of people thought
he's on our team right now.
Well, good
Colin's
example
on our team.
Well, here you go. This is a great example then. Colin Johnson at Texas, people were thinking 1st round pick, then his senior year, he falls to like, what was he, like a late round pick for the Jaguars or an undrafted free agent? I think it was a late round pick.
Late rounder, yeah.
Yeah. So when you watch him as a late round pick, one of the things that he needed to improve upon is that while he was amazing at being able to leap and catch a football, the problem that he had oftentimes is that you want to earn position where you're blocking out the defender.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of guys like Johnson use their length, but they're late to track the ball. So what ends up happening is they're like me in a reclining chair right now, leaning back to catch a football. And it's impressive that they can catch that ball behind their head with their back arch doing a reverse swan dive. But the problem is the defender standing right next to them and just has easy access to their chest and hands and knocks the ball free. And in the NFL, that's going to happen a lot. They're not realizing that you have to track the ball earlier and jump straight up and get the ball at the earliest window with your arms extended. That's a jump up and through. And they don't do that. And if you're not doing that very well at the college game, it takes some time to learn in the NFL game. And he struggled with that. And he lost his fair share of balls in training camp with both the teams he was with, the Jaguars and Giants, because he has a tendency to wait late. And so you look at a guy like Odunze, who's going to be relied on to make those plays. He's straight up and down almost all the time. Stephon Diggs was that way, very good at that. And you don't need to be big. You just need to be able to jump high and jump early enough in time and track the ball well. And he does that fantastically.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. When you look at the Chicago Bears wide receiver core, when you do talking about the tiers, you got to throw the size in there. The Bears did not have that true X. You know, somebody was talking about when Neighbors was going to fall, they're like, oh, he's too similar to DJ. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You wouldn't take two of those? You know, it's crazy, but Odunze gives the Bears that size that they.
I don't want two Lamborghinis, Shane. I only want one.
Yeah, but
Can't do that.
Yeah, the Bears really lucked out. I totally agree with your sentiment there. And did you happen to see the piece they did on Rome Odunze a few weeks ago about his story growing up with his grandfather and all that, Matt?
No, none of that.
I'll send you the link. Yeah, it's 6 or 7 minutes long, but I was telling everybody on the show, I said, I don't care where this kid goes, I'm a fan for life with that story. And it's just he's a kid that every summer he went to his grandfather's farm and grandfather, worked the shit out of him out in the fields and baling hay. And that shit later on in life, Matt, that can shape a person.
Have I told you my hay baling story?
Oh, no.
Okay. I got a story about baling hay. Okay. So I used to be in management at different levels. And I've done a lot of hiring and recruiting and training of people, and for large teams and small. And when I finally left the industry I was in that helped me really develop the RSP's process, I ended up at UGA. And while I was working part-time to get into the working at their business school as a magazine features writer and doing some of that work, I was working in a bulk mail facility for the university, managing the bulk mail group. Okay. So, Shane, you know what? Okay. So I had to hire somebody for this job. And my boss came from Home Depot and was in upper management, and he hired me because he's like, I know you can manage people doing what you did. Why are you doing this? I said, because I'm trying to change careers. As long as you're cool with me occasionally, taking some outside jobs to do some things. And he said, no, you're going to be fine. This will be good. So he had a question though with one time, because, it was one of my first hires, and I hired this like 75-year-old woman to work in the shop, and she's going to be doing some line work and doing some different things. And she worked on a production line, but she was an older, woman. And he goes, I'm just not sure. Why do you like her the best as your candidates? Because he was just making small talk and kind of just checking out who I liked out of the candidates. And I said, I really like this woman, Ann. And he goes, because I just don't understand that. She's going to be lifting some heavy stuff and doing a lot of manual labor. Why are you picking her? I said, have you ever baled hay? And he's like, no. I said, okay. I said, you're a football fan, right? He goes, yeah. He goes, you know who Lovey Smith is? He said, yeah. He goes, Lovey Smith talked about Tommy Harris baling hay and how that shaped him. And he knew baling hay growing up, that anybody who's still baling hay or ever baled hay is country strong and knows how to work and understands how to pace themselves and understands how to do stuff without getting hurt. And he goes, okay, so what does this have to do with this little old, he didn't say little old lady, but this is what he meant, because again, we're having a work conversation. I said, this little old lady, I said, is still baling hay on weekends, because her husband can no longer do it after she's worked 30 years in a bear factory, at a factory at Bear. And she's still baling hay. And he's like, I don't know, but I'll listen, this one's on you if it doesn't work out. I was there. I was only there for a year managing, and I did hire her. And then I came back to visit him 8 years later while I was at another group. She was the only employee of the people that I hired 2 people. One of them took another job, but was there for 5 years and longer than anybody else. And she was still there and still working like
crazy.
A charm. If you want to do physical work and you bale hay and you're like 70 fucking years old and still baling hay because your husband can't. Yeah. So if he grew up baling hay, you got a good one.
Absolutely.
You definitely do. I mean, that was the prerequisite for work ethic, and it's a testament to you to measure character like that.
Well, it's, you learn, and it's just one of those things. I mean, it's scouting, right? Physical, you knew she could physically handle it if she's still doing it. And the kind of work that if what the kind of work is involved. So, but that's a great story on him. And you guys, I mean, I wasn't sure about Justin Fields. And even though the last show that we were on, I spent a lot of time talking about, well, what if they do keep him? Why? Let's explore the idea of that. And I certainly didn't like that he got the deal that he got in Chicago. Nobody liked the deal that he got. None of you. We had a
shitty
very well
timing.
nuanced.
Came down to shitty timing.
Yeah, we had a nuanced conversation that was great about that. But at the same time, I will say, if you look at my thing, I was like, he needed a Josh Allen plan, and he was not a good reader of the field. And because of what happened, he never really got there. So with Caleb, I don't feel that way. Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, this is like, you guys should be celebrating.
Absolutely.
That's all we did, Matt, last night. I mean, Shane has video footage of my son going out there, getting ready. This is what happened when Caleb Williams was picked.
What is that, Looper?
That was the longest scream, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like,
Matt, just before I forget to tell you, your DMs, you have that link about Odunze, that story that we were just talking about. Yep.
Cool.
Matt, when you look at the connection that's already built and being built between Odunze and Caleb, I think that's a underlying story that people should understand. There's a moment, I don't know if you saw it, that the cameras, I don't know if it's the NFL cameras or the Bears social media department, are backstage when the Bears are on the clock at 9, and here's authentic imagery captured of Caleb. And I don't know if Shane, if it was the Bears social media, what are you thinking right now? Whatever the woman's asking him, he's trying to be in the play. Please get my guy. Who's your guy? And he goes, Uno.
Yeah, well, Brett Coleman, who I'm sure Matt knows.
Yeah, he knows.
He came out today and said that it's been very well known behind the scenes that Caleb Williams has made it known to the Chicago Bears and their officials that this was the guy that he wanted at wide receiver. and pounding the table over and over and over again for him. I mean,
hey, it worked for CJ Stroud, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And did you see CJ last night when Ricky Pearsall went to San Francisco?
No.
He lost. He was furious.
Good, because
Yep.
that's a
Yeah.
that was one of my favorite players on the board in that range.
He threw his hands up and he almost dropped a motherfucker and then realized that they were live and he was hot.
Yeah.
But it was very cool to see.
Yeah.
You know, I love seeing especially the young players so invested like this into the draft. We've had so many players on, like, you talk to them about them. I'm like, yeah, I don't pay attention to any of that shit. I love seeing all these young guys invested in it.
Yeah.
It matters.
It does.
It's a new breed. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a great thing to see that, because at the end of the day, if you don't care, it does kind of add, there's a level of professionalism where you just can't care sometimes. And I understand that. You just got to focus on your game and do the best that you can. But there's also a level of maybe some of these guys, you hope that they're getting the idea of like, look, we need to build a team. This other way of like just getting to the
first running back off the board.
I gotta say, I think he's the most talented back in this class, and I love it for Carolina, but I kind of hate it for him.
Yeah.
Because
for the situation. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like they did upgrade their guard play a little bit. We'll see if that'll help. And they did, and they can wait a year, and that could help Bryce Young. But David Tepper is enemy number one for his own team.
Did you see that yesterday with the restaurant
where he took the hat off the guy with the Eagles hat?
No.
Yeah, and then
that's another story.
No, it was the same story. It was the same story. It was the restaurant that had the sign out front that said, "Please let the GM and coach make the selection this year."
They had a sign out, out front.
Yeah. Oh wow!
And so he fucking stopped.
He stopped
and went into the restaurant and told him to take it down. And the guy that told him no, he reached over and took his hat off of his head.
What a fuckhead! Okay, yeah. And on top of it, I heard this story that I didn't know. Jordan Vanek was telling the story, who's a Carolina guy himself, said that, did you know about him drawing up a play and sending it down to the coaching staff?
No, I never heard.
He drew it up on a napkin. And
come on.
Yeah.
This is like a billionaire who thinks he knows anything.
Well, we had a head coach that drew them up on napkins and brought them, he wrote BU on it, and he would have his Santa sleigh and all of that shit, and Matt Nagy. But
yeah, well, listen, the only guy who could do that is George Halas or Al Davis. Okay. Yeah. I'm okay with those guys doing that because they practically invented modern football. But, but if, come on, like if you have no football experience, no football operations experience, you're a billionaire. Good for you. You earned your money. Hopefully, if you didn't just inherit it, and it's okay if you inherited it too, but come in and act like you've been there before.
This is a good question, Matt. My wife just asked, what criteria do people have to meet to be part of the NFL draft? Do you guys know? You have to be geniuses like us, Lucas. Just tell your wife that. It's pretty easy, but
I guess I meet for the NFL draft. What do you mean?
Yeah, I guess I don't really.
My wife just asked what criteria do people have to meet but I guess I can't part of the NFL draft.
Do you mean do we mean players? Do we mean people in media?
Do you mean players have to be in college, number one. Sometimes they could be. I think the only guy I remember getting drafted that didn't go to college was Eric Swan.
Yeah.
I think he went to one class, quit, and then played semi-pro ball somewhere, and they found him. I think that was the story there. But if it's two parts. She's talking about the players.
Oh,
yeah, they have to be in college and show up on film.
You have to be 3 years removed from your high school graduation to qualify for the NFL draft, and you have to be really, really good. Unless the Bears draft you, they've drafted a lot of
Or in New England's case, you have to look a little bit like Tom Brady to be drafted.
It's
Hey,
one in a
Tom
million.
Brady, let's go ahead and pick him in the first round.
1 in a million shot. I think the crazy numbers, there's over 80,000 high school football players in the country. Out of that 80,000, only
it's got to be more
2,000. Maybe it's more than that, 280.
I think I actually have something I wrote
Do you?
about that. I can find it. Yeah. Let me pull it up real quick.
Of course you would. That's why you're Matt Waldman.
It's on page 1,617 in the RSP.
Matt Waldman talks like he's reading a book with the articulation of vocabulary that I get envious when he's able to draw on words that I was like, yeah, that's exactly how I wish I could say that.
Well, when you spend listen, I appreciate it, but when you spend as much time doing this stuff, and that's about all you're doing.
Oh, my boy, Newbin.
It takes time. Here it is. There are 1 million. This is what I found a few years ago, so it may not be absolute, but there were 1,086,627 high school football players.
So it wasn't 80,000.
No, I was way.
There are
Sorry, Lucas's wife. That was way off there.
Yeah, there you go. There were over 300,000 high school football seniors, 70,000 NCAA football players, 20,000 freshmen. The percentage of high school players who get to the NCAA are 6.5%.
Wow.
So you are in the top 90, really 93.5% of all football players if you play NCAA football. If you are scouted, the number of NCAA seniors playing football are a little over 15,000. So we go from 1 million in high school to 15,000. Yeah, that's you see the difference there. And then
that's bonkers. Right
and
there.
then football players scouted by the NFL, 6,500 in a year. Then football players invited to combine, 350 out of that 6,500. 256 of them are drafted. 300 of the rookies make an NFL team. So the percentage of players going from NCAA to NFL are 1.6% of NCAA of players in general. 1.6% go to the NFL. So 98.4% of football players are never going to see anything remotely like the NFL.
Poor Tate in the background, his hopes and dreams. This was his reaction to those numbers.
Yeah. And out of those 300 who make a football team, 150 of them actually play 4 years in the league. Only half of them.
We're down to 150 from
Lucas's wife.
1 million.
Would be so thankful that Lucas watches this show, because I don't think she would have ever gotten it broken down like that anywhere else.
I don't know. Lucas's wife is very smart. She knows her shit.
She asked a good question. That's for sure.
Did. I'm saying, but she's lucky to have the.
I've never met her. I have no idea who she is, but I'm sure she's a wonderful lady.
I also want to say this, based on that, the fact that Caleb Williams had a dream and a goal and a motivation was ridiculed, called Hollywood, arrogant, conceited, showed none of those things, but he was just driven. And his dream was fulfilled. And the emotion of his mom talking to him across this video screen as it already happened. He fulfilled his dream. You saw real, authentic emotion come out of him, just like Tate's emotion when he was drafted for his favorite team. And it's now his favorite football player. That's authentic, right? But then to sit across the table and know your dream has come true despite all those numbers, and your mom's talking to you in truth, never change who you are. We know who you are and how great of a kid you are. And he's bawling his eyes out, right? That's my quarterback.
There you go.
That's my fucking quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, look at Tom Brady and his story that he told to that guy at some seminar for 3 hours that's on YouTube.
Yeah.
That I actually really enjoyed that because but there's a double standard. Tom Brady tells that story, 20 years later, and nobody's looking at him as some petulant whiner that Michigan's coach had to say, look, you're number 7 on our quarterback depth chart for a fucking reason. You need to approach every little play you get like it's the Super Bowl and you'll be noticed if you put in the work and approach it that way. Or you can go and take Steve Mariucci's offer and go out to Cal and be the first string guy. But you came here to compete for a reason. What are you going to do? And he's always been, but nobody sat there and called him a complainer or a whiner because he wasn't getting enough reps or that. No, they look at him and they see him as fiery and competitive and caring and all those things. And they're right about that. But people take other players like Caleb Williams and say, oh, you're a prima donna, and it's a two-sided thing.
Matt, we got a name for you. Can you talk about him?
Skylark, my guy.
Yeah.
Iowa.
Yeah. Hayden Hatton. So there's some ability to flip his hips and run routes and get open. He's got decent size. He's going to be probably a UDFA with this rich of a draft class, or maybe he'll get picked if there's some guy who's really just enamored with him from the tape. But he can make tough catches. He's not particularly explosive after the catch. And though he makes some tough catches, when you project his hands to the NFL level, he doesn't have the technique where his hands are really tight enough, and he clap attacks the football. So when you see guys clap attack the football, what you're seeing is that their hands come together at either side of the ball, and it tends to strike their palms, and it creates a violent recoil. And now their second chance opportunity to catch the ball is much more difficult than it would be as if they had their fingers curled and they're using their fingertips to control the catch, because the fingertips catching the ball and striking it creates a soft recoil. And you'll notice this, that when somebody gets a soft tip of the ball, it just kind of floats down towards them. Whereas if it hits their hands, it recoils violently and it tumbles end over end very fast, and it becomes much harder to catch. That's where Hayden Hatton has difficulty, is that he clap attacks a lot of footballs, even the ones that he catches. So he could develop and be maybe a nice reserve as a flanker at some point, or maybe a big slot if he shows enough quickness. But I wouldn't count on him becoming a starter in the NFL.
You broke that down perfectly. I could take this kid to the Atoshan house and teach that technique, eye catching and bending those fingertips. I can't stress, if you're a coach, a young coach, or you're a dad working with your kid, always, a lot of guys just go like this, make the diamond, but they forget, bend those fingertips. If they go like this, it's a wall and it just bounces sometimes. That's where you hear you hear it. You don't want to hear anything. You just want to hear nice, quick, and give and take and look it all the way in. Those things are so important. I'm working with young kids every day, teaching that, and Matt broke it down perfectly. So a guy like that can improve. Trust me, he can improve.
I'm waiting for someone to queue up Tate again after Phil's, brought this up for like the 5th time in a practice.
Well, Tate's the quarterback, so he gets happy that I'm yelling.
Yeah.
At
So
him.
when his teammate drops,
catch the goddamn ball.
There you go. Okay.
There was the best part about drops this past weekend, right? Tate,
the best part about that clip with Tate getting up and screaming when they announced, Caleb Williams was official.
You gotta get it.
We're all losing our minds and going crazy, and Tate screamed for 7 straight minutes, and then he dove on his father and hugged him. Well, then Phil's other son, Tate's brother, was there. He wanted to get in on the hug too, so he started hugging his dad, and then Steph is like, "Oh, this is awesome!" So we're all cheering. And then when it settles down just a little bit, Devin turns up and he's like, "Who did we get?" He had no clue. So it was so great. Tate had the moonshot that everybody loved, and then Dev was the cherry on top. Who'd we get? He had no clue. He just wanted in on the celebration.
That's awesome.
So great.
To his credit, he didn't have headsets on, so he couldn't hear. That's his thing.
Hey, by the way, the Raiders
put it up.
announced Jackson Powers Johnson as an offensive guard. I know that's been some
speculation in there, right?
Either way, but that's how they announced him. Yep.
I'll see if I can rename this and get it up there for us. That was hilarious.
Well, we talked about that personality, earlier, Shane. Though, so I think Las Vegas might be a perfect fit for him.
Yeah, I got Haynes over him at center.
So our guy just went off. Our guy just went off the board, Phil.
Who?
The Commanders are selecting corner Mike Sanders.
Oh my God. I love that guy.
Who was it?
Mike Sanistril, nickel corner. Oh, we got too many files. I got to delete one file. I could delete. What can I delete? I could delete this overlay. Mike Sanistril, former wide receiver. Shane, he's got that ability like you dubbed Mike Brown. He's just in the right place.
He's the Nick version of Mike Brown. You know what I mean? He's not
exactly.
He's not amazingly athletic, but every time there's a play to be made, he makes it, and he's always around the ball. If there's a ball on the football field, he's standing right there next to it. Love him as a player.
Here's the clip from last night that Shane's talking about, and just some behind the scenes as Ivan and all of us can hear Tate scream loud, but the mic, my mic, cut it out.
It's doing its job, so it doesn't scare you. Yeah.
So I called
this for shutting it down.
You didn't even hear this today. I called Blue Yeti, and I'm like,
I was there. I heard you.
You were there,
yeah.
And they were like, "Yeah, if you hit a certain pitch, it'll shut the mic." So he hit some pitch unknown to this mic that shut the mic off. So you'll hear it here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have some breaking news.
Breaking news. Here we go.
Chicago Bears are drafting quarterback Caleb Williams.
Yeah, let's
go! Yes, sir.
I'm happy for you guys.
Yes, sir. It's all over the place. It is official.
Now that the mic is broke.
It is Caleb time in Chicago.
Who we got? You got Caleb?
Close out the rest of the draft.
Yeah, and Shane gets them early. He gets the early picks.
Who'd we get? I love that. Oh my God.
Did we get Caleb?
Take the punter out of Iowa. People are
The special thing about that is that it's 3 generations of Atoshans live on TTNL Network, finally getting a quarterback that I believe is the difference in this franchise. So, listen, we always say TTNL's family. We don't bullshit. And Matt can tell you, like, Matt has helped me unravel personal things and has talked with us. I mean, we are family here. So to be able to broadcast and bring these quality football people that are probably better people, and it's hard to say that, than they are analysts. And Matt is an amazing analyst. So you know what I'm saying there. So it was a great night for us here at the Atoshan house. And my dad, who's a Patriot fan and didn't want Drake May, is happy that the Bears have
I'm
Caleb
glad
Williams.
we get to say that, because I was about to ask before you did that very, heartfelt, segment there. I was going to say, can we talk a minute about the Patriots? I didn't know your dad was a fan, though.
Yes.
So I'm not sure, because I feel like I'm rubbing it in because
No, you can. Shane already gave him a freaking
when he was getting off the
He-
broadcast, said, "Coach, I love you. Enjoy the 4th best quarterback in this draft."
well, that's better than I had him. I had him
Oh,
sixth.
yeah.
So, but
I wasn't. I'm.
Yeah.
I have a massive
if
massive
he
drop. Yep.
yeah, I mean, if he went to the Vikings, there'd be hope for him right
Well,
away.
that's what I said, Matt, too, and this is what Phil and I talked about. If we were talking about specifically Drake May and Jaden Daniels. If I had to pick either or, I'm taking Drake May.
There you go.
All day.
See, and the thing for me about the Patriots is this. About 3 or 4 years ago, after they won, whenever they won their last Super Bowl with Brady, whatever that was, probably been 5 years at this point. Kevin Clark of The Ringer had a draft show on with one of the Patriots coaches. I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Scarnecchia, one of their former coaches, who came in still to consult. And he said, and the whole premise of the show was this whole draft day confidential type of thing of like, let's take a look on the inside of what the best team in the world does to scout its talent and evaluate talent and how coaches play a role in that. Great premise, right? So sometimes people reveal themselves unintentionally with what they're doing. And so Clark's asking the coach, well, where's your role in this process? Well, Bill sends us a list of players to watch with tape in, late January or mid-February, whenever we're eliminated or the season's over, and wants us to watch these players. And then we watch them and give feedback to the scouts and to the front office and then if there's anything that we see that they didn't, we kind of let them know what we expect and what we want and what we're looking for. That all sounds great on one level until you start to think about that and go, why wouldn't you in the beginning tell your scouting staff what it is that you're looking for and what needs to be looked for from moving forward so that they're not being countermanded or corrected in the 11th hour? This isn't like editing a paper, with somebody else. This is like, these are some things that maybe if you showed them earlier, they would be able to look at and understand and move forward and filter down their list earlier, as opposed to late in the game where they're the ones doing this and how much are they really watching? And are they on the same page? And when you look at the talent that's been in New England, they've been mostly free agent talent or guys they signed as undrafted players, especially with their offensive skill talent. You would say they've been good at drafting or signing slot receivers late. They haven't been able to pick a wide receiver to save their life. And then when I look at them this year, you look at their receiver, you look at Drake May, and you look at the receivers they had before Drake May, and it's like Kendrick Bourne's their best receiver, and he's coming off an injury, and he's a decent route runner. But a lot of the receivers they have aren't complete guys. They're just athletes who can jump and win the ball unless they're the slot option. They're good with the slot. Tyquan Thornton hasn't really shown up, Devontae Parker before he moved on. I mean, we knew he was a tease for much of his career and never put it together.
Right.
And now they added Jalen Polk, who is a good ball winner, but he has a long way to go before he fulfills that CeeDee Lamb archetype. He's got a while to go before he becomes Marquez Callaway, if you ask me. And Marquez Callaway is nothing special. He's like
N'Keal Harry too there.
Yeah. So I just look at them and I don't think they got rid of the problem when they said goodbye to Bill Belichick. I think they still have some cleaning out in their front offices when it comes to scouting and evaluating talent. And Drake May he has a pretty bare cupboard right now to deal with. And he's not the player that needs that cupboard. Unless Kayshon Boutte figured it out and can fulfill the talent that he has as a flanker slot combination and can be more flanker for that team, there's not much there. And Polk could get good, but if he's going to have to be the man or the number 2 right away, I don't know if he can do that.
Matt, how long do you have to stay with us? Is there?
We could do another half hour, 45 minutes.
That's fine. But I want to bring on a guest right now, and it correlates with you. Hopefully he's listening back there. Actually, I'll text him and make sure because it's blank. But we will. Yes, he's getting ready to come on. Get yourself prepared.
Phil, I'm gonna bounce to the background
Yep.
a little bit. I'll give him the spot. I gotta update some stuff here.
No problem. Listen, this guy, let's introduce him by playing, because we're 23 picks away from the Bears. I'll let his music do the talking here. Our new music director here at TTNL, he has created the Bear Down with Big Steve. I know he's working on another Bears show song for Ivan, and me and him are about to do a new song about what is going on with the Chicago Bears. But this is how our draft coverage has started. This is our guy, Max AO Max. I keep calling him Max AO. Now I'm fucked that up. AO Max. Let's bring up
The commission with the announcement of the first pick of the night.
With the first pick. Taking his time all day to throw it. Buys more time. Side on first pick. First pick. Nothing. Williams. First pick. First pick. First pick. Here goes Caleb Williams. First pick. First pick.
The history of Bears quarterbacks discussed. It's been a long time since Sid Luck. For 30 years, that was something I could stand by. Now let's get a guy who can elevate the franchise. And with the ninth pick, it's all about the right fit. Opposite of Montez Sweat, who would I get? Like Latu, what a verse might slip. Trade back, recoup capital and find hits. Build trenches, add more weapons. Development is a return on investment. Mock drafts only add to the questions. Do we start addressing the lack of protection? What does Phil say? And what does Shane say? The tape never lies. So now that we're on the same page, the next phase all begins with the draft. I see us
take the North and never give it back.
And Caleb is looking for just about anybody. This is where he really is devastating. He starts becoming a maestro. Look out! There he is!
This time he goes back shoulder. Odunze gets out of there and then pounded to the ground. Are going deep, and it is caught. Malik Neighbors touchdown.
Williams is bringing that light to Chicago.
Can't restrict him to tight end. I mean,
Love Darnell Wright. We called that before the draft last year.
Yeah, you guys did. I give you credit for that. I sure did.
First pick, with the first pick. First pick. First pick. First pick. With the first pick. First pick. First pick. With the first pick. First pick. First pick. First pick. With the first pick.
There he is.
There he is. What's up, DDP? What's up, fellas?
What up?
How you doing, bro?
Oh, man, I'm good. You hear me good?
We hear you perfect, but
Hold
Shane is a very big bitch about you turning your camera sideways.
Oh, for Shane's sake, brother.
can we get this
There you
motherfucker to turn his phone? Oh, I'm sorry.
Good. Hold on. Are you guys hearing that right now?
We don't hear anything. We hear you perfectly.
Hold on. Oh no, it was just us taking the North and never giving it back. It's begun. That's all it was. I just had to clear that up. How you guys doing, man?
We're doing great. I always say TTNL is about family and about creativity and authenticity. And one thing I've stood by, and Shane has made it a prerequisite, is original music. And bringing that to our network is a part of the football analysis, and hip hop music is a part of me. And you have been a big fan of the show for a long time. Talk about that first.
Man, I think the first time, I think my dad sent me, when you guys were with the old network, he sent me a clip of one of your rants, and I was like, "This guy's fucking amazing." I was like, "He's hitting all the points that I wish were being hit by other platforms." But yeah, man, the coverage, the commentary you guys have always done is top notch. And then when you add in the music and it's just a unique twist, and I feel like it really separates TTNL from a lot of Bears coverage out there. But yeah, you guys have always done great with everything and the music, what you've done, and when Cool Kennedy's there, and it's just between Bears and music, you throw in a plate of chicken wings, you got all my loves right there.
Well, we're trying to get the guy above you, not me. The guy with the bass guitar and the sax to be on one track with us. So,
Mr. Waldman, you have an exceptional speaking voice. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I appreciate that.
I was listening to you break down a receiver from where were you just talking about? Wyoming or something?
Idaho,
and I was like, this guy's got a great voice. So
he should be doing movie intros, like
something, voiceover work, whatever you can,
He
Great
also
voice.
could be a wizard in the new Lord of the Rings. I could.
My wife likes to brag that when I tell her, she goes, see, you should go on Twitter and say you're the guy that fantasy football wives are the only one that they allow to listen to their podcasts in the bedroom. I've actually heard that a lot from guys who are like, yeah, my wife's your podcast seems to be the only one that my wife's okay with us listening to before we go to sleep. So my wife always laughs about that.
That sounds like a lot of monetization right there.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. Maybe if they ever do, what do they call those audio books? They do audio porn. Maybe I can make a living.
It'd just be you talking about 4th round receivers being like
Phil will be the only one buying it.
Yeah, Phil.
I'm gonna need a restraining order.
Well, I reached out to him because we wanted to continue to do our music and everything, and I tried to get in touch with Cool Kennedy in full transparency, and I think his personal life or his fandom of Justin Fields, I would be guessing. I just haven't been able to get a hold of him, and the show must go on, as we say here at TTNL.
We'll give him time to mourn.
Yes, he'll always be welcome back, but the show must go on. And one of the big things was me watching this guy doing a freestyle once on his Instagram, and I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? He's like a giant, 6'6", right? You're 6'6", 320, 330.
Terrible at hide and seek, yeah.
So, and a huge Bears fan. You're from Chicago originally,
Yeah.
and then you moved down to Tennessee. So
Yeah.
pardon him as he's in the process of moving. Congratulations on the new house.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's incredibly unfortunate that the moving date happened to be draft weekend, and I'm right in the thick of it right now. I'm packing stuff. I was listening to you guys talk in the green room, just packing stuff, and I kind of, I procrastinated a bit. But I told my girlfriend that's how much I hate the Packers. I refuse to even do the active packing. So I was like, I'll get it done. I'll get it done.
That's
but,
a good way out of that, man.
Yeah.
Very good.
I told her it's like my religious beliefs prevent me from doing this when you want me to. But yeah, we're in the middle of it, but I appreciate it for sure.
Ben Sinnott going to the Washington Commanders. That's a good pick there.
Yeah, I
Damn
love
Commanders, man.
Talk about Ben Sinnott real quick. I know we liked him. Your Browns, their first pick, Michael Hall and Oates.
There you go. There you go. I'll say this about Ben Sinnott. He was my number 2 tight end in this class.
Yeah,
I think he can be an instant starter as a move tight end. He's going to give you a player who blocks well as a backside blocker, front side if he's helping out on double teams, or if you're asking him to work across as a lead blocker. He's a good fullback type of hybrid who can lead block for you in the NFL. He's going to be able to develop to doing that, if not doing it right away. He's a smooth route runner with good footwork for his size, excellent pass catcher, rugged runner after the catch and at the catch point. He's one of those guys that is going to get you a good bit of yardage after the catch. And if they use him, he's going to be able to be used as a check down option, but you're also going to get, he's really what I think Carolina thought they were getting from Tommy Tremble. I think they're getting a plus version of that, more of a rugged version of Sam Laporta, but maybe not quite as dynamic of a route runner at this stage in the intermediate range of the field. But he can get deep on you. He has the athletic ability.
We liked him.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at
we
Michael
were going to
Mayer,
get him in the 3rd, the 75th. I thought that would be a good pick for the Bears, but
there are a lot of people that had him top 60 late, so it makes sense that he went inside the top 60. But, when people look at Michael Mayer, and there was all this hype about Michael Mayer for the past 3 years, I think they were actually looking in the future and seeing this kid. I think this kid is what Michael Mayer was portrayed to be. Michael Mayer is a nice player, but Sanat can win man to man in a way that I don't think Mayer can, except for maybe contested scenarios in the red zone.
Well, real quick, since you're talking about Mayer, Vegas drafts who I said there's 2 unicorns in this draft, Caleb Williams and Brock Bowers. What were your thoughts on Bowers in regards to what he could do on a football field? I know Georgia only lined him up at tight end 40% of the time. That's where I saw his immense versatility and mismatch creating problems all over the field for defensive coordinators. That's nightmare when you have that kind of athlete. Where were you with Bowers?
Top ranked tight end I've looked at in a number of years when you're judging a tight end as a move tight end. He's the quick answer if you're going to do it by comparison. And these are maybe some older players or players nobody likes to talk about for obvious reasons that I'm going to mention when I bring up one of their names. And that's Aaron Hernandez and Vernon Davis. If you took those 2 guys and kind of combined their athletic ability and style of play, Brock Bowers delivers a lot of that. This is a kid who can reaccelerate in the open field and beat cornerbacks in the SEC who have angles on him on the same side of the flat. I mean, so he's a runner. He can run the ball from the backfield. He's a good route runner. He's an excellent screen player, but he can get deep on you. He's got some issues at the catch point with high and away throws. But that's the only place where I see him have issues catching the ball, and that's correctable. And he has very strong technique as a blocker. He just doesn't have the length and size to hold up as an inline guy facing, strong side linebackers, middle linebackers, and a lot of defensive ends. But again, like Ben Sino, if you put him on if you have him double team, lead block, do that kind of work, he can be quite versatile. And you're really using him to be, a primary receiver, primary weapon in your offense to get him the ball, as opposed to being an inline blocker other than maybe on double teams and occasional lead blocking.
Awesome work there, Matt. I love the player. I had him as my number 1 choice at 9 with Odunze number 2. Based on my board, the Bears obviously, I mean, if you look at what the Bears show us now, Ryan Poles had Odunze over Neighbors based on him wanting to get up there to get him. And Ian Cunningham talking him off that ledge and allowing the Bears to wait, and it fell right into his lap. So we're step for step here in regards to this. Vegas now has both Mayer and Bowers, so that's going to be interesting how Antonio Pierce, with our former offensive coordinator Luke Getsy, uses them there. But back to AO Max. Obviously, guys, TTNL fans, it's your first time seeing him. He's going to be a big part of the future going forward. And I got to just tell you face to face, man, Shane and I put you to the task, more so Shane, like, yo, can he do a new draft song to hype people up and get that Caleb Williams vibe? And not only did you complete the task, man, I can't get the song out of my head now. And we're super excited to have you as part of the network, and I know you're a huge fan of what we're doing here, so it's exciting to introduce you to the family and welcome you into the family. And thank you so much for all your hard work in the middle of closing and moving and working. You're like recording, and I was like, bro, can you just fix this one thing and get right to it? And got me beats to introduce Olin Kreutz, and we're producing Waldman's intro with one of your beats for when he comes on as a solo guest. But I just appreciate you, man. I really do.
Man, I'm happy to do anything I can to help, man. It's for a good cause, man. You guys have put in a lot of work over a lot of years to build what you got, and the community, the fans, all the people who got shows with you guys, man, do a great job. And if you guys as hosts are cooking the entrees, I'm happy to provide a nice appetizer as a little music intro, a little spinach dip or something for to get the groove going. I'm happy Big Steve liked his record.
He loves it.
Yeah. When I watched his debut show and he was like, "I'm ready to run through a screen," I was like, "Do it, big fella." That's what I made it for.
Ivan liked it so much. He was like, "Bro, I don't want to bother, but do you think you can ask him to make me an intro song?"
Oh yeah, that's a done deal, man. That's a done deal.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, we got to link up on. I'll get your number from Phil or something, and we'll find out what you want
it over there.
Oh yeah.
Just don't put any like nurses or anything like that. All mutters.
All mutters.
Oh my God. TTNL is the best. Welcome to the family, says Ray Morris, who is a huge follower of Steph Froylan all the way in Hawaii. I saw Carrie Franklin. Carrie, you got to link up with AO Max. He's in Tennessee as well, Carrie. To let Max know what city you're in, we can make that happen. I don't know how good Tennessee pizza is, Waldman.
Where in Tennessee are you gonna go?
I'm south of Nashville, just about 40 minutes south.
Okay, yeah, you'll be okay. It's good.
Nah, it's not. It's not. You're sugarcoating it. It's not, my friend. But
I'll say this: Prince's Fried Chicken.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hattie B's, man. Yeah, Hattie B. If we're talking hot chicken, yeah.
No, man. I'm telling you, Prince's Fried Chicken. Like Hattie B's is good.
No. I'm with you. You said it first though. Prince's is the OG. Hattie B's is kind of commercialized at this point, but yeah. Prince's is worth the wait.
Yeah, Prince's, you'll be good.
Carrie's in Knoxville. How far away are you from there?
It's pretty far. But I was looking to make a trip out to Neyland. I've never been to Knoxville. I'm dead center. I'm almost geographically the center of Tennessee. But
I drove through Tennessee once.
Talk about it, man. What happened?
All I kept seeing is trees. I'm like, let me get out of here.
A lot of trees.
I stopped, and the state trooper, those signs are like on the road that are like speed planes are found. You know what I'm talking about on the highway?
Yeah.
Speed planes are tracking you. My wife, Steph's like, Phil, slow down. She's looking around again. I go, I think that's bullshit. But that was back. That was when Michael Jackson had passed. That's when I was driving through Tennessee. That's R.I.P. King of Pop.
Yeah. What do you think about the I'm a Bears fan first and foremost, but I've been here basically, majority of my life, so I do have the Titans as a I root for them and enjoy them. What do you think of the Latham pick there, man? I know that's your guy.
That's Shane's boy.
Yeah, he got Bill Callahan coaching that kid up. I mean, he's a monster.
Latham, real quick. He's so busy.
He's locked in.
He's working the phones like he's Adam Schefter.
He's in the war room, dude. He just made a trade.
Hold on, I'm on the phone with Bill Polian.
That's like Kevin Costner from Draft Day right there. Pancake eating motherfucker.
He's muted. He's got everything.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
No, I was pissed because of the Cowboys selection there, but
Yeah, Marshawn
neither here
I
nor
liked
there.
him too.
We were 19 picks now away.
Yeah, no, JC Latham. Yeah, he was my number 2 offensive tackle. Just
Your one was Alt, right?
yeah.
Yep.
Joe Alt, number 1 for me.
Yeah.
They went off 1-2.
But with Latham, I see a lot of similarities to what we drafted last year in Darnell Wright. I think his weight, you have to get it down, 328, 332 range, just like Darnell Wright. He cleaned up a lot. And the Chicago Bears for decades have not taken the offensive line seriously. And we wonder why they are where they are. And what little talent they did have on the offensive side of the ball just never lived up to expectations. Well, when you're going out of your way to say, oh, we can piecemeal the offensive line, therein lies the problem. I would have had no problem if the Bears, under a certain scenario, took Latham at 9, if Odunze and stuff like that wasn't available. But the thought of having bookend, because I happen to believe that if you get Latham down into that 328, 332 range, he's athletic enough. I think he can play left tackle.
I think that's the plan in Tennessee. I think that's the plan. So we'll see. I mean, like I say, you got Bill Callahan coaching up the O-line there. So
yeah, you're not getting any better than that. Yeah,
one of the best.
Yeah,
one of the best. But enough Titans talk, for God's sake.
Yeah. Let's
People are gonna DM me. I don't know about this guy doing beats for you.
Hey, I heard about 15 minutes of Patriots talk before I got on it. What are we talking about?
It's up to the father.
Coach O. We got to take care of Coach O.
I say all that to say this: the best teams are built inside out, not outside in. And the Bears, we still got some question marks up front in the trenches. The elephant in the room is that edge rusher spot. I don't know what you guys think we're going to do there, but I'm looking at it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think at this point we are. A couple people that I know are nowhere near as high on them, but I think Ivan, Phil, and myself would have zero issue with Chris Braswell. Fell to 75, but we're a long ways away from there.
Yeah,
we're at how many picks away now? 19.
Dallas just took Nealon, so where are we at officially here?
Ryan Cox usually beats everybody to the punch with Matt.
Well, in true TTNL fashion, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have just made their selection, and they have taken defensive end Chris Braswell.
Oh, geez. Right off of us. Right off of our wants.
Nice job, Shane.
Remember that draft? Waldman I think it was Matt's first draft. And every time I mentioned a player, it was the fucking next pick. I go, oh, I hope we get this. He goes off the board. I hope we get this guy. I got to the point where I think it was Kerry Franklin or Larison or somebody was like, Phil, just don't mention one player's fucking name. It was like weird. It was like 8 straight. I'm like, all right, I'm shutting up now. Dad. And we totally didn't get Romeo Dobbs.
You got to use that to your advantage, man. Anytime the other teams in the NFC North pick, just start saying like fullback 6 and see if we can work that out.
Braswell was who we wanted. You got to put the head.
Yeah, there's.
You can hear Shane.
Go over some.
Now, who do we want? You got edge rushers left. Is Jonah Ellis, Adisa Isaac, Austin Booker.
Yeah, I mean,
Braylon. My guy is Mohamed Kamara, but he's only 6'1", Matt.
Yeah, he's so fun.
But he is so
Elvis Dumerville.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's a name right
Great.
there.
Elvis Dumerville. Totally forgot.
Let's not talk about him because he's about to come off the board probably.
Yeah, you just
Waldman just fucked us.
Yeah.
I guarantee I win the 40-yard dash versus everybody at TTNL. I would bet that. I will take that bet if you want, but I got to stretch these hammies out. Because in the fall, I was running with the football team, Matt,
Yeah.
and I was just killing them, the kids, making them chase me. And then I took one around right end and I'm going, and then I feel this big cramp. I'm like, oh,
Well,
tweak that hammy. I was like, oh boy.
I've told the story about my wife as a sprinter and
oh yeah,
what she and how she could smoke people. But I did race her once.
Did you?
Yeah. I go while we were dating, I just goaded it into her. I said, come on, we're just taking a walk right now. I know you're gonna just beat me, but like I just want to feel the tailwind. I want to know what I really want to see how fast you really are. And she did. She smoked me. It was like watching a video game hit the B button and just like, but then she pulled up and had a muscle cramp, and I jogged right past her and just kept laughing and just kept running. Like, and the joke was, it's like, I technically beat you. I said, you didn't finish the race, but I did go back to check on her, but she was laughing. She's hopping, and she was like, that's not fair. I'm like, what do you mean it's not fair? You pulled up lame. What do you want me to tell you? I was like, it's the only way I was ever going to beat you.
Hey, a win's a win.
That's a win's a win, right?
I will race Jeff Burton at our TTNL tailgate next year, like Jerry Seinfeld versus that guy he beat in elementary school. Remember that episode? Me and you, patron number 2, Jeff Burton. We will do that for fun. But we wanted to bring Max on. Shane, I know you're excited to have him.
Absolutely.
Great stuff already out the gate. And a very well-informed Bears fan, not afraid of opinions. I told Big Steve, you're going to have to bring AO Max on a few times on your show so he can start ranting with you. And,
anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime, man. Absolutely.
Two, Big Max and Big Steve.
I don't know what we're going to have to rant about with the way things are looking, though, man. I mean, shit.
Oh, we're still the Bears. They'll figure something out.
Well, the stadium thing.
Here's where special teams falls apart.
Just when you think they're turning the corner. I don't know if you saw that, Matt. The Bears announced they have a presser the day before the draft, knowing that we're drafting Caleb Williams and all the excitement. Let's talk about this stadium we're building downtown. This is the plan, and it's like the worst plan. 65, what was it? 67,000 seats, Shane, for the biggest city or second biggest city?
It would, third. The capacity of their new small paradise would be 65,000. It would firmly entrench them at the 27th largest stadium in the NFL in the city of fucking Chicago. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. We spent $200 million on 320 acres in Arlington Heights, and we're just gonna not go there, and we're gonna build it on a very small imprint or a footprint and not own it. It's gonna be publicly owned. It makes no sense to me at all, but that's why I'm doing a podcast and not building stadiums, I guess.
Well, it could be worse. You could be in Atlanta and have a stadium that looks like a cat's ass. Or a pigeon's eye. I don't know which one. Either way.
Have you been in there?
Yeah, I have.
I went there when the Bears came 2 years ago. And
it's nice.
It's nice. I was just walking around, just kind of looking up a lot. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're part of the pigeon's eye from the bottom,
Yeah.
I've never been there down to Atlanta, but we're gonna have to go.
Yeah.
Gonna have to see the stadium. Are you a fan of it, Matt?
Of the stadium?
Yeah. Have you been in it?
Yeah, I've been in it. That's what we were just talking about. I mean, we're definitely. It's definitely a nice stadium for as far as stadiums go. So.
But the outer appearance, I agree.
Yeah, from the aerial view looks literally like a cat's anus. So, because they have this red highlight looking thing, and people
the litter box
about it. Yeah,
the litter box.
They literally put a cat's tail on the end of it and put a cat around it, like oftentimes and show it on social media.
The reality of football here for the Chicago Bears as we get closer to their pick here in round 3. I don't know if they're going to be trading up. Braswell goes off the board, and I don't know what you're doing. Jonah Ellis is there. This doesn't work, buddy.
I'm gonna plug it in.
It doesn't work, my friend. You're already in. This is not. This is for something else. Not a mic for the show. Sorry.
I'm gonna plug it in.
Max, you're going to be working the next music for us. And for Ivan, I'm going to hook you up in regards to that. And we're going to have you on our shows moving forward. Is there anything you wanted to say in regards to that? I know you got packing to do and a wife to please, but we wanted to bring you out tonight, introduce you. Is there anything?
I appreciate the spot, having me on, and I'm sure my enthusiasm with how last night went is shared with the Bears fan nation. So, just looking forward to what's coming, man. I was born in '91, and my first Bears quarterback that I remember watching when I had comprehension of the game was Jim Miller, and from that point, it's been bleak. So it'll be exciting to I can't tell you how many times Green Bay cornerback was like, just let that guy play quarterback, and that's how we win. So it's going to be exciting now, and it's like, I dare you to let this kid play quarterback, and you could, it'll tell you a lot about a quarterback watching how defenses, defend him, how the coordinators defending them. And that was, what we saw a lot last year and what we've seen with Mitch. And I'm just excited. I'm sure everybody is. Any and everything we got coming up, work to do, music, shows, everything. I'm here and I'm ready to rock. So I appreciate it.
We appreciate you very much. James Hunter, $5 super chat. That was fire, AO Max.
My man James, appreciate you, man.
So you're going to be getting a lot of love, and we'll be bringing you on the show. I appreciate you coming on tonight, taking a little break from packing with the wifey. Congratulations on the house. And
Appreciate
you're building the studio in there, so more music to come.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks for jumping on with us tonight, man.
Absolutely, absolutely. Shane, Matt, it's nice to meet y'all, and see you soon. And Phil, just hit me up with Ivan's info, and we'll get that one rolling soon.
I will do that right now. Tate, do you have anything you wanted to tell Max about his song? Because I know you loved it.
Make a song about the rookies.
Okay,
absolutely.
He's giving
rookie
it
class song.
He wants a rookie class song. Look
Only
at this.
Only if he executive produces it.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
yes,
We
he
just
will.
need it. We need it to this beat. Just make it work.
No,
We'll make it work.
no, you will not do it. Tate will help you with the beat, but that's a great idea, Tate. See that? There he is. AO Max, you got your second assignment. I'll text you Ivan's stuff and Ivan as well. Love you, brother. So proud to have you a part of the TTNL family. Thanks for jumping on tonight, the second night of the draft coverage here at TTNL.
Absolutely, man. Much love to you guys. And that song might be short unless we trade and get a couple more picks, for the rookie class. But we'll hope for the best, man. You guys have a good rest of the show.
You're the man, bro. God
Thanks,
bless.
man. Great job.
There he is. AO Max, the talented, infamous. Maybe we'll get motivated Matt Waldman sax horn on a track.
Maybe we'll get. I like Shane making "This is what you need to play it to." It sounds like a Matt Nagy request for Justin Fields.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the offense you're going to play in.
Here it is. It doesn't fit whatsoever, but try to do it.
Yep, do it anyway.
Do it anyway.
Yeah.
Don't chip those pass rushers with the Browns. Just let them keep going.
You know, the
7
first
step
release,
drop.
9 sacks. Isn't that what it was?
That was on the border of Robert Griffin and Mike Shanahan destroying his career. You know.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Mike Shanahan. The reality is I'm getting a text from Max. He's like, bro, I definitely got to get Waldman on a sacks track.
Lions just had a nice pick.
Here we go. Who did they get now?
Rakestraw. A little.
Oh, really?
Corner. Yeah.
So what did you guys think of Keon Coleman? Because he's polarizing for a lot of people.
I loved him.
Why did you love him?
I just love the fluidity with which he runs routes and is unafraid of the it just I don't care how fast you are. If you can run a route effortlessly and crisp and act at the stem. And when I say act at the stem, when you watch him, it just seems like he understands how to position his head to make a defensive back turn so he can then separate.
Yep.
And he did it really well. And then you have great big moments. He was the shine.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't go unnoticed, man.
He's what Gabriel Davis, they thought they were, the Bills fans thought Gabriel Davis was going to become. He's already that and more. And he is, I mean, I agree with you. Like he's pre-draft, I looked at him as like, I can see why people may not feel he's going to work out to the expectation of the folks that do like him, only in this sense. He needed a quarterback who's going to be confident in throwing an anticipatory ball or throwing the ball into a tight space. And there are a lot of NFL quarterbacks who either don't have the anticipation, or if they don't have it, that they're unwilling to throw into tight spaces because they don't have the confidence to do it. Josh Allen is a tight space thrower, and he can throw with some anticipation. And so with Keon Coleman, you could see how if he wound up drafted to a team where they didn't have that type of thrower and he was like the second option, you could see him get open early on a timing route, but not get the quarterback end up being late and then him not getting the ball at all. Whereas with Josh Allen could force feed him the ball, and he could also use him in a way on anticipatory throws, and he's going to work open. So, and then on top of that, I've joked he's like the LeGarrette Blount of wide receivers in the sense that he moves his hips so efficiently, especially as a punt returner. When you return punts, first of all, you're a crazy man if you can return punts. And at that level, and he wasn't doing it in some sort of like gratuitous, like guest spot way. He legitimately was a good punt returner. And so this guy works in tight space well, gets separation well. And if there was a receiver in this class that we had a contest to say, okay, in order to like save your job, you have to pick the receiver who can like catch a ball through a brick wall, like an impossible task. If I had to pick a player in this class to at least make it worthwhile, Keon Coleman would be my candidate as the guy to do that. You're on mute, Shane.
It wouldn't be Gabe Davis, that's for sure.
That's for sure. He might break the wall with his hands.
Right.
And then the ball bounce off his head. But
he's running scot-free 40 yards downfield, and that would drive me nuts.
No, but Coleman's legit. I like that pick.
Very good pick for Buffalo.
Yeah, and they made up a little bit for not getting Worthy because they picked a different kind of big player.
He fits Buffalo better.
Yes,
with the elements and all that. I mean, the speed and athleticism of Worthy is intoxicating, but I mean, Coleman fits better there.
And if they get Ayuk still, if for some reason they can still trade to get Ayuk.
Did you see the report on that it's actually not Ayuk, that they've
Debo?
They've been trying to trade Debo, and they were talking to Pittsburgh.
Oh,
Pittsburgh has not met their required price, so it's actually Debo, the wide receiver that they're
okay. Because I knew that it was one of two that they were talking about both.
Yep.
But I was hoping that maybe the reason they didn't get Worthy was because they were gonna try and get Ayuk, who'd be the complete option. But that's good because still Keon and Khalil Shakir are a nice little 1-2 punch as a split end and a flanker, or a big flanker and a slot. They can kind of be interchanged possibly, and they're both big, big players in terms of like at the catch point. They play big at the catch point.
Phil, there's the offensive tackle that you and I had a conversation about. There was a
Ravens love these big linemen, huh?
Yeah,
love them big.
Who was I'm blanking on his name. He was in Seattle as a GM and then went down to Miami. He is on The Athletic and he does the GM podcast. Oh, what the hell is his name? Blanking on it.
They're a great organization, but I don't subscribe to The Athletic, so I don't know.
I can't remember his name, but anyway, he had
Seattle
Rosengarten sneaking into the first round, connected with San Francisco.
Really?
Ended up going Pearsall.
I think this is exactly where a Rosengarten belongs, in the second round. Good pick. They like these guys big. It's crazy how
make me mental. I can't think of that guy's name now. No, it's not.
Television has, the Lions pick on. That's how
that's welcome to the NFL draft. I mean, that's
go to a commercial. That was the one thing I always hated. It's like
tomorrow about 1:30, we're going to be having a donkey announce the pick. It's.
Did you see that thing I sent you on Instagram with the mentalist, and he picked the whole 13 picks?
Yeah,
did you see that, Matt?
No,
I think I sent it to you.
Okay,
I sent it to everyone. I think it's on your Instagram. If it's not, I'll send it. Let me double check. I was bugging. Belichick standing there in awe. He makes McAfee open it. So they they waited 13 picks. It's been in this envelope and over there under a hat or whatever.
Yeah, Randy Mueller. Thank you, Scott. That's
Mueller. Randy Mueller. And then after the 13th pick, the mentalists, obviously they come on and he's like, open the thing. And there's a picture of Bowers to Vegas, it says. And then when you fold it down, it goes first pick, Bears, Caleb Williams, second. And he get every single one of them right.
Wow. 13 of them.
13.
Yeah.
He got the fucking Penix to Falcons. I'm like, how the fuck did he do this?
Yeah, we know the NFL's fixed now. Okay.
Yeah. He got the script, asshole. Come on, Phil.
He got the script. He got the script. Oh, man.
But yeah, no, good stuff. So yeah. Who else is what's interesting? The Jonathan Brooks to the Panthers is one of those that I think that their offensive line, if it can continue to get better, they could be good enough that he'll be okay. It's just not maximizing his potential next year.
And he's expected to be ready to go by camp, they announced. Ian Rappaport talked about it, and they talked with his knee. But
where do you have Trey Benson?
I think I have him third on my board. And really anybody from 3rd to 14th this year is so closely together that it's really about where they land and what they do. I love
that
Benson
right before you got on. They're all so close.
Yeah. He's a good gap runner. He's a decisive, accelerate into contact gap runner. He's getting better as his own runner, but he's not fully there, if you ask me. He's not fully there as a pass protector yet. And he's got really good hand-eye coordination with some plays, but he also has some technical issues that he can shore up. So talented for sure. And I think that the upside is there that if used to his best ability early and not asked to do too much, he could be good right away. But he's one of those players that's he's what I think people thought Chuba Hubbard was going to be right away when Chuba Hubbard needed a few years.
And he went to Carolina, correct?
Who, Hubbard?
Hubbard?
He went to Oklahoma State.
No. He went
Carolina.
to the Panthers.
Yeah,
Right.
went to Carolina. Yeah, he went to Carolina, and he was better. Do I have Caleb ahead of other QBs? Okay, so if I'm I guess he's asking if I'm if I were to compare
Jordan Love, Jared Goff, and Sam Bradford. Where do you rank Caleb Williams in that group?
If I'm going to say based on their entering the league, Caleb Williams was ahead of all those guys at the same time they were entering the league. If we're going to talk about where he is right now versus where those guys are,
I think that's what
I would say that you would put Jared Goff ahead of all three of those guys because of what he understands about the game. But it's not that far away. I would say you'd probably put Jared Goff and Jordan Love just on a level of experience, and you would project that Caleb will be ahead of those two guys by year 3. That's how I would probably project it.
Well, you would have to. Even I have to say, you got to wait until you get there because Jared is. I've never been a Jared Goff fan. I thought he had an excellent year last year. He made some plays while getting hit. I always thought if you hit him, he's terrible. But he showed me a lot.
He's tougher.
BYU.
Yeah, he's a lot tougher than people remember because he played for a team that only won one game at Cal and got the snot knocked out of him. And he helped that team really go from nothing to something. And the whole summary that they made about him was really because Sean McVay is a very good coach. Everyone has their good sides and bad sides, right?
I meant Darnold. I said Bradford.
Oh,
Sam
it's all right.
Yeah. You knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, I knew who. It was no big deal.
I was wondering what Sapp was talking about. I'm like,
but yes. the bad side of McVay has always been that he's very stubborn, and he wanted early on. It was like he heard enough about Goff secondhand that he felt like he was going to have to micromanage Goff, and he never let Goff be who he really could be. And I think the Lions, they were like, well, we don't know for sure what we're getting with him, but we know he could be a bridge for us. And when they made the remark, we just threw everything at him because we were like, and he surprised us with how much he could do. I think that was their way of saying, look, we knew that if he was going to be one and done, we're good with that. But we're not going to play around here. We're going to see what we have. And he ended up being a lot better than they thought. And I think that's what happened is that McVay overmanaged him and just presumed things. And so when people were talking about how he handled blitzes and self-destructed, it was because McVay was in his ear and not letting him play football. He overcoached everything, thinking he had to do that. And that, in a way he was attached that way because McVay rose to acclaim for being the guy that saved Jared Goff by managing him. But really, he's also the same guy that we've talked about a lot of times here, who was so stubborn about certain schematic things that his team suffered because he wouldn't change. He would wait 8-9 games.
Yeah.
Or he'd come into the Super Bowl with the same game plan that got exploited by the Lions, well before the playoffs. And then, thought I can do the same thing against Bill Belichick. So I think Goff's not great, but he's a good NFL quarterback. And I would even argue that he's a better than average starter, maybe even very good. But I think so. But in a couple of years, within a couple of years, Jordan Love could be one of the top 5 to 7 quarterbacks in this league pretty easily, with a shot of being one of the top 3 guys.
And where do you see Caleb going?
Oh, I mean Caleb. That's what I meant.
Oh, you meant
That's
Caleb.
What I meant Caleb. Yeah, I said Jordan Love.
I'm glad I asked that question because people were going to be nervous now. No, we got to deal with another Green Bay quarterback.
No. I think Jordan Love has done a great job developing. And I think that it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be between the Packers and Bears for the next 5 to 7 years. I think those are the two best teams in the North that are going to be I mean, well, the Lions are certainly up there, but I'm going to say, I think the Lions are a little more short term unless they find another quarterback after Goff. But like over the next 5 to 7 years, I think you're going to see it kind of morph into being a Bears Packers division, with the Lions occasionally still, threatening in there if they can keep that regime together.
Yeah.
I mean, because the Lions were excellent, but I think the Packers did a really good job of giving Love time to develop, and that receiving core looks good. And I think that they're a stable organization. So
it's going to be interesting to watch it. Yeah, I'm with you. Listen, I don't throw it out there. It's not because the Bears took them. Just watching quarterback play my whole life, I know when you're the only answer, sometimes you are going to do things what they titled hero ball. I looked at it was necessary ball because you had one shot of winning a game because your defense wasn't holding anybody. So now you're going to have to go out there with the pressure at USC to make plays. And yes, sometimes he made, but the way some of these frauds were acting was like he threw 17 interceptions. He threw 5 picks in a season, 3 against Notre Dame, 2 of which I have completely exposed as not on him. One was totally on him. It was terrible throw. He just threw it up there. He shouldn't have. But then the second half, he's showing like this, I'm going to fucking come back for this. And that's really what I see. And you could talk on it too.
Quarterback is a performance stage sport. Playing quarterback is being on a performance stage. And I equate it to now, I would equate it also to comedy, stand-up comedy. Okay.
Yep.
Think about it this way. You are, first of all, the hero ball thing. Every good quarterback in college football has had to resort to hero ball. All of them have had to mature past some of the hero ball stuff. What you're looking for as an evaluator is, can they make the mature decisions? Do you see them make some mature decisions, even when they have lapses of immaturity? And when they have the lapses of immaturity, is it in scenarios where the situations really called for them to have to do something beyond themselves, and they were kind of forced into it situationally? And if the answer is yes, I wouldn't worry about it much. But when that is such a Jets pick, and I'm going to go into that in a minute here.
Malachi Corley.
But when you look at players Mitchell Trubisky was a player where you're winning the game and you're ahead and you're still mismanaging scenarios in a gross fashion. That's a problem. Caleb Williams wasn't that guy, not on a consistent basis. And when you talk about making mistakes, people don't see, when we get to the whole performance medium, quarterbacks are like stand-up comedians. If you go watch a Netflix special, pick your favorite comedian, whoever they are, Bill Burr, Richard Pryor, Robin Williams, Dave Chappelle, whoever it is, or what.
Eddie Murphy.
Yep. If you were to chart their jokes that you thought were good or funny, and you would probably come away and their joke percentage would probably be 65 to 70% at best. And there'd be some weeks it would be 38 to 50%. But it's not necessarily what percentage of jokes they landed that were good that makes them worthy of Netflix specials or your admiration. It's the jokes they landed that were, and how funny they were, what gravity of impact they had that they told them. Because if you sat there like an asshole and charted the jokes,
right,
which one were good, you'd probably take the joy out of the performance anyway. and you probably, you'd be disappointed. But the point being is that I've equated it this way. Alex Smith was a great joke writer, but as a joke teller, he probably needed a laugh track to actually get laughs with the jokes that he delivered on a field. Brett Favre, on the other hand, told nothing but fart jokes. And you may hate fart jokes, but when the timing that he had to deliver the joke and the way that he could disguise it and tell it and give the nuance to do it, you knew it was coming and you still laughed even when you didn't want to. And that's the difference between a good performer and a good theorist. And he bombed. He had some awful jokes. He had some awful jokes that everyone knew was coming and people were going, but he was still, but the ones that he told, and some of the ones he told were so inventive that the league started like copying how he did it. So, so we got to remember that about performance. And the problem is that when people evaluate, they sometimes they see it as a science when it's a craft. It's a stage craft. And some of these people who are like, how would I put it?
I love this analogy too.
Yeah, I told this analogy to Dwayne McFarland at Fantasy Life and he laughed his ass off. So I tried it on him first.
There goes Benson.
There you go. That's a nice pick for them.
Cardinals.
That's a good pick. They run a lot of gap and they're a power team.
He was my number one back, Trey.
Well, that's a good, and look, James Conner probably still has another year left in him. And he's a good example of a player. He's a smart runner.
It's great.
Yeah,
that's a good spot for him.
Yeah, let's talk Malachi Corley for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Malachi Corley, I have folks I respect who really like him because he is, as a runner, he's very physical. He's DJ Moore-esque as a physical runner. There are
yards after catch king.
Yes, breaks tackles, runs through people, can run around you. He has some good hands in the middle of the field, and he's tough at the catch point. I would argue that he's not a complete route runner yet, and to draft this dude in the second round, you could have got now if Anais Smith or say Malik Washington
after the third. I think top of the
third, still top of the third.
Okay, just for facts.
No, good. I appreciate it. To get if Anais Smith's character checks out, or Malik Washington for that matter, just as an alternative, either of those guys I think are more well-rounded players, and you're drafting upside in the top of the third round with Malachi Corley, who could wind up good, but it's a classic Jets pick of kind of getting a player that it's exciting, but maybe not be as good as you're hoping for, in the long run. Not complete, a little Zach Wilson-y in the sense of, it kind of spews that. Like, you could see the possibility there, but he's got a little bit more of a ways to go. But I was going to say to you about some of these guys who make much about Caleb Williams, about some of the stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know who some of these guys are. And the way they come across to me is they're those guys, and Shane can attest, those people who worked in like some fucked up government environment for like 20 years. And because they spent 20 years doing things wrong or doing it in a limited fashion, and that's all they had, now that they're former scouts, they like to tell everybody that they know what they're doing, and none of you know what's going on. And I'm on this pulpit and I'm great because none of you know, because I had Bill Parcells yell at me once, or we always did it this way and you don't know the NFL way. Do you know that the NFL, according to scouts I've talked to, and I've talked to quite a few, and I'll say this to someone I've talked to who's had direct jobs outside of scouting after being a scout with GMs, but with multiple teams, who's literally seen the landscape, not gotten fired from a couple of teams, but literally has like seen the landscape and been hired repeatedly to do work on this level and work with scouts and work with analytics people say that scouting processes are decades behind what they could be.
Yeah.
It's not that the scouts are bad. It's that the processes aren't strong. And so, but if you're a scout talking about this is how we did it, you're like that guy who's in, working the fry line and in a dysfunctional fast food restaurant and telling everybody how to do stuff because you've been there 20 years. It's just like, shut up. Like, stop it. Like, either just get better.
Who's your best running back available right now, Matt? I know two
Blake
are
Corum.
off. Blake Corum.
Blake Corum. Upside could be Ray Rice like if he can add a little weight and maintain the explosion. Low side, I still think you're getting a Giovanni Bernard-esque type of player at worst.
Yeah.
But smart, quick, scheme, versatile, decisive. I really like him.
Offensive tackle Braden Foster to the Commanders. Franklin, the kid from Oregon, he's still out there. What's the story on him, the receiver?
Well, you can see it on all of us right now, our chest. That's where he catches all of his footballs.
Yeah. He's still on the board, right?
Yes.
And he's only 170 something pounds.
He's one of my favorite players that really didn't ever fully get to where he could have gone but flashed was Paul Richardson out of Colorado, who played with the Seahawks and the Commanders.
Oh yeah, they took him high.
He had that great playoff catch against the Lions that could have like won the Brandon Lloyd RSP Invitational tournament that I always joke that if I could retire to an island and post a great version of the NFL slam dunk contest, it would be the acrobatic catch. And I would always say that it would be called the Brandon Lloyd Invitational.
Brandon Lloyd.
Because to me, he was one of the best acrobatic pass catchers ever, even if his career never fully was what it could have been. But Paul Richardson was that kind of player. I think that this kid is a little better route runner than people realize. He's the pass catching can be an issue, and the size thing is a question mark. So, is he really, is it? To me, you look at him and say he fits somewhere between being at his height, maybe a Deshaun Jackson type, if it could really all come together. But I think that's an unrealistic ceiling. So it's more Paul Richardson being his ceiling. And Paul Richardson was a number 3 receiver in this league.
Did you see Deshaun Jackson when you watched Xavier Worthy?
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw Deshaun Jackson and Isaac Bruce.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 players I compared him to.
Yeah, I did. I didn't have the Isaac Bruce in my head, but Deshaun Jackson, and it fit. I mean, Andy Reid drafted him in Philly, and crazy how that works out.
Yeah,
I stepped away, Matt, and I had to laugh. Maybe you guys covered this, but when I saw Malachi Corley going to the Jets, I just started laughing. I'm like, who the fuck couldn't have picked that? It's New York.
We just said it's a Jets pick.
So
Yep.
He's
he's an incomplete player for the top of the 3rd round, and he's very enticing upside. He's an upside pick. If you got him in the 5th round, maybe in the late 4th round.
Who was the quarterback that they took? And was it Brad Smith?
Yes.
Is that the Jets did that? But I saw that and I'm like, holy shit, that's got New York Jets written all over it.
Yep, they get excited by. I joke that sometimes I joke that New Yorkers they're always talked about being savvy and worldly people.
Yeah,
and I would argue that the people who come to New York to work in New York City are savvy and worldly people.
Yeah,
but when I've met native New Yorkers, not all of them, but I've met native New Yorkers. And I look at where I am in Georgia, and I would say there's not much of a difference sometimes between any town USA and people who grew up in certain boroughs in New York who didn't come to the city to work, so let's not get it. And I feel like the Jets organization is kind of more like that end of the native New York, that's end of the spectrum of native New Yorkers. And obviously I'm overcharacterizing this, but I'm just trying to do it to be funny more than anything.
Aiden Wallace to the New England Patriots.
Ooh, okay. We talked Trey Benson to the Cardinals a little bit. Thinking that's not a bad fit, but what do you think of that?
I think he fits there real good. I'm blanking on the running back.
I was just James Conner.
Yeah, I mean are you going to get another 2 out of him? Probably another 1. I think that's a real good pick actually for Arizona. I had Benson as my RB1.
See?
Yep.
There you go. I mean, no, I think so too. I mean, he's a good gap runner, and that's what they run a lot of. They want, they have a bit of a power element to their offense for
Here's
sure.
a pick that nobody could see coming anywhere in the draft was the Chargers selecting Junior Colson. I think everybody and their brother had that one pegged from Jump Street.
Here is a super chat. Sunquill Wooten, $10. Fill us in quickly on the Kamara kid you like. Well, as Matt brought Elvis Doomerville, that's hilariously true. You're looking at a smaller guy that's able to get his body into positions where he could beat larger men because he is strong at the point of attack and is like a freaking bowling ball of butcher knives running at you. He never stops. His motor is continuously going, and he just has an innate understanding of pass rush angles. When you make that, that's what you get with Kamara. Listen, if you're at this point in the draft and you're looking for a third down rush guy that can ultimately grow into whatever techniques you're expecting from him, this is the kind of football player I think you find. He's a pass rushing specialist that can do it all and is not afraid of contact. Am I good there, Matt, with you?
No, I love it. I love it. I have a question for you guys about this.
Yes.
Just before we go on, there's 2 of the big 3 receivers that came off the board last night. Would you make an argument that the Giants are a good fit for Neighbors and that the Cardinals are a good fit for Harrison? Or would you say it's a mixed bag? Or would help me with the post-draft RSP while I'm looking at this? Because I have them as mixed bag for both of them. Shane, what do you say? You're unmuted.
Shane is in a Chinese movie right now.
Yeah, I think Neighbors is an awful fit in New York with the situation. At no point, even today, has he looked happy there. And I don't know if you saw the interview when he visited New York for his 30 visit.
No,
they were talking to him.
Don't take him.
He essentially said that flat out. He's like, "Yeah, I know they love me, but they better find a quarterback that can get me the football." Yeah. That was the very first thing that he said.
Wow. Drew Lock has a fighting chance. And I think that with the injury guarantee that Daniel Jones has, they're probably going to put Drew Lock on that field.
Kenneth Davis.
Speaking of locks, this guy's got things locked down sometimes. Most times. My guy,
I didn't
Kenneth
see
Davis.
a young man in the background there.
Yeah, future QB1.
There we go. Here. There we go. All right. What's going on?
Can you say
gentlemen?
hi, Tate, to Kenneth?
Hi.
Hey, Tate. I hope you're doing well.
He is. He has the biggest scream. I heard it at Hallis Hall, says Caleb Williams.
Whoa.
Here it is. The excitement, the memories that he has screamed my mic into mute was when Caleb Williams was selected. He was so excited, right, Tate?
Mm-hmm.
Now he's shy. in
So
front of
real quick, now that we got our guy Kenneth here, and along with Matt
two of our
Waldman,
favorite guests right here together. How
absolutely,
can
we should probably pivot because we are not too far away from the Chicago Bears being on the clock. And I don't know.
where are we going, guys? Here,
Well,
Kenneth, what are you looking at here as you jump in here with
got
us
that
on
massive
day
hole
2?
at edge is so hard to.
You know what? How about this? I'm going to give everything that I'm not. First of all, Matt, Ivan, Shane, what's up?
What's up?
Oh, no.
All right. So let me say that. I'm not going to say anything, Phil. I'm going to be a terrible guest. The voice of Kenneth will speak through the smartest man because I'm sure he's going to say whatever probably that I feel. Yes, okay. So let me just, before we even get into it real quick. I'm a trenches guy, right?
Yeah.
If Joe Alt was there, and I had a terrific interview with Rome right before he got drafted, right? Check it out. Asked him a lot about, so what are you and Caleb talking about ripping up a lot of good stuff, right?
Yes.
And Rome was second, but like the trenches is where it's built. You can't have one really good defensive lineman. It's just not going to work. There's still questions about everything else on your defensive line. All right. You're going to sit here and you have a head coach whose preference isn't to send pressure, right? So
exactly.
Get to the point of now, again, we know you could infuse more offensive linemen. You need depth, regardless if we're talking about who you're drafting. You need some help on that defensive line. So right now, I don't know if a guy that I've been a Penn State guy this year as far as Big Ten.
Odunze Isaac is there.
Yeah,
Chris
I was
Haynes from UConn, who I love.
That's a name right there. I think you got to, because as much as we love Tevin Jenkins and when he's healthy and motivated,
he's going to miss 4 games a year.
And we don't. Nate Davis has been paid, and there's
no relation to Kenneth.
We don't trust him. Right?
Yeah,
but
right.
Tevin Jenkins. It's not. I think
there's a name that the Bears are connected to that is still available.
Yale kid,
Brandon Dorless from Oregon.
He
was a 30 visit with the Bears. He's
kid
still
from
out there.
Yale is still out there.
Tackle. You talking about the tackle, Phil?
Yes,
He is
Kyron.
so raw. Oof.
Listen,
6'5", 318, and is so athletic, bro. So athletic. But those are the guys that we know.
So we just gonna spend money on another. Hope that someone gets cut. When it comes to the defensive line, and again, I'm at this point. Don't overdraft someone. So if you're saying right now, when we're talking trenches, that there's an offensive guy that you prefer, go with it. But if it's close, you need to do something with the defensive line.
You want to go on the defensive side.
If it's close.
Blake Fisher is not available. He's been
selected. Blake Fisher.
The other edge that has been connected to Chicago 30 visit was Booker from Kansas.
Now Booker is more light, raw with high ceiling.
Yep,
it's been a guy that's been popping.
The all upside guy.
He's been popping a lot on a lot of people's mocks.
But
for me,
also
Phil,
needs a lot of work, man.
Haynes fills a hole everywhere internally on your line.
I saw Haynes live with Tate here down at UConn, and you could just, he is an athlete. He could play guard or center in the interior, and he'll give you really good strength at the point of attack. So I'm with Kenneth, though. I thought maybe we might see a trade up for Braswell and get that Bama edge on the opposite side. He obviously went earlier. Odunze Isaac is out there, who has the length. Shane really liked you. Liked him better. You liked him better than Chop Robinson.
Odunze, I was higher on Odunze than Chop.
So Odunze is 6'4", 250 pounds, where Austin Booker's 6'4", 240, but he looks like he's 6'4", 220 when you look at Booker on tape. So he looks very light. So,
well, the Bears met. I mean, I know they just went wide receiver, but the guy we just talked about, Franklin. The Bears have been connected to him multiple.
I'm gonna tell you
places.
this, Shane. They bet not. They bet not.
Oh no! I get it. I'm just going through. No, I hear you. I hear
That's
you.
why, look, you better go get a dude off the streets that played. Now it's bet time to go with that. If you dare, like, I don't want to hear Brendan Rice. I don't like that. That is done now. All right, like the wide receiver, we're finished with that now. Like that shopping's. You bring any more of that home, I'm gonna be very upset if you bring any more of that home.
What if they went with a Matt Waldman, Blake Corum here at running back? And
no.
You
We don't know. Look, we got 4 picks. We're in the 3rd round, and it's not that Blake. I don't think Blake Corum is good. I hate to say this, and I know that you were one, Phil.
Yes,
they're interchangeable, my guy. Now, like, you don't have him. If you don't have him, and you got DeAndre Swift, you still got Roschon, you still got Herbert. You bet not use a 3rd round pick on a motherfucking running back.
and they're all, and almost all of them are the same except for Swift,
yeah.
who can't run inside very well. But like that, unless you with a quarterback who can run and occupy 3 guys in the box, like Hurts good. But yeah, I mean, so unless you're getting someone different and you already have a filled out room, I mean,
I like
that banger. So
the one guy. Yeah, do you like Rashawn as a banger in there, or is it Audric Estime an upgrade to him?
I mean, I think you got to give Rashawn an opportunity.
Another year.
I think that's really all you need to do is give him.
He's an upgrade, but Matt's right. You can't. I'm gonna be honest with you. So on under center, we've had this discussion. I didn't see enough from Rashawn to where I'm like, that's it. I was like,
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah.
To me, it's like y'all did all this capping for him, right? Telling me, and again, he could be a great talk. I've interviewed him. Great, cool.
They went way overboard.
Crazy
franchise.
If you want, listen, if you want a Rashawn, if you want a better version of Rashawn, and you can get him later than you got Rashawn, you can get Dylan Johnson out of Washington. Dylan Johnson out of Washington,
number 7.
Yeah.
Yes.
This dude runs like a hot knife through butter. He's scheme versatile. He is one of the best. I thought Jonathan Brooks was the best pass protector of the backs in this group. I think Dylan Johnson isn't far behind that. And he played in Mike Leach's offense before that and can catch the ball. He gets banged up a little bit, and that may be the problem with him.
Talking running back, the Bears have been connected to the New Hampshire kid.
Oh, Dylan Lobby?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, if they're looking for that kind of kid, I get it. But
he used to be. Who was that shitty white running back from back years ago?
My guy, Will Shipley, would be.
Oh, that was you. That was the Etoshan kid.
Will Shipley is a guy that I really think gives you something different out of the backfield for the Bears that they don't have, and that's an aggressive downhill pass, fearlessness. When I look at him,
where were you on Jalen Wright? Matt.
Jalen Wright is great, man. He's still on the board too, right?
He can certainly be. He gives you that.
But I'm not talking about him.
He gives you that Khalil. He gives you that Khalil Herbert element. It's just that I think Herbert's smarter between the tackles than Wright, who bounces things outside a little too much. But when Wright is decisive, he looks really good, and I think he will overcome that. I would say if you're looking at a Lobby or Shipley type of kid too. The other one is Blake Watson out of Memphis, though, from ODU. He might be the best runner of those 3, and he has the best hands, but he's not the best route runner of the 3. But he's a good guy. Yeah,
3 picks away. The 3 technique from Clemson went early. Dwayne Carter, did he go?
No.
Yeah.
No, that's where you're. No,
Dwayne Carter from Duke.
This is where it's so Dorless. You can put in there Carter. Christian Boyd is a guy that I think is going under the radar. But I've brought this guy up. He needs some work, but he's got everything that Matt Eberflus wants in the arsenal, and that's Leonard Taylor from the U from Miami. I've talked about him over and
was
over,
like
Phil.
a 5-star recruit coming
Yeah.
out. And listen, I would love the kid from Duke. If you were gonna go 3 to, if you want to make Kenneth happy,
We just
Dwayne
Dallas
Carter.
Dallas
Did someone just take him?
No, Dallas
Oh, I
took
was gonna
Cooper Beebe.
Again.
Cooper Beebe. I was
Oh,
gonna
they got
say
Cooper. So BB's out now.
Yep.
Cooper Beebe.
The Dallas.
We knew they had to go O-line this draft, so they did what they're supposed to do.
Everybody was connecting them to a running back about right now, but they've.
You also have the kid Trice.
The Texas kid.
Trice from UCLA fits the length, the thing, but he's more, he's not winning pass rush consistently. Trice for me. Adisa Isaac would be the guy, I think, if you're going defensive line edge.
Yeah, dude. Listen,
that would be the highest because Jonah Ellis is very good, but he's only 6'2". But the best player for me is Muhammad, and he is only.
You mean Kamir Muhammad?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a Kamir Muhammad guy.
I would jump out of my seat, man.
You're right. He doesn't fit their profile, but fuck their profile.
Exactly. A bowling ball of butcher knives, man. That dude just gets at it. He was looking at Deion Sanders and pointing at him in the game. I go, give me this motherfucking kid right now. He's sacked in that Colorado State with all that drama. Mo Kamara's like pointing at Deion after he sacked the kid. I was like, sign him right now to the Bears. We need guys like that. But
yeah, I'm out on Adisa Isaac though. I'm just not my guy.
You didn't like him at all. You didn't like him.
My guy. No, him and Chop Robinson obviously a little bit better, but for some reason I just didn't like the Penn State guys as much. Adisa Isaac just doesn't do it for me.
Well, Trice, 2023 first team All-American, according to PFF. They gave him an All-American nod there. So he fits the bill at 6'4", 275.
Who did you say, Phil?
Trice from UCLA.
Yeah, we talked about him a couple of different times. I'm not as high as on. To me, you got to go the UConn kid.
I love Haynes.
Yeah.
Haynes or Kamara would make me so happy right now. You can also Van Pran. Watching Van Pran's tape, I thought
Trice is off the board to it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So it's happening again. It's happening again, guys.
Yep.
I'll shut up, Mr. Waldman. I won't spit at any guys. Oh, my God. He just went to the Ryan Pace. The Ryan Pace crew. So we're 2 picks away from Chicago's. Listen, Chicago Bears have already won this draft. So this is like the whipped cream topping waiting for a cherry.
Officially, right now, the Chicago Bears are on the clock. We just don't have.
I was going to say Shane is in the future, so we
he always is in the future.
He just was in Atlanta, so we're right here.
Yeah.
Shane, how the kids doing?
They're doing good. My 13-year-old's pretending like he's a badass, but he's been sound asleep for about 60 minutes over there in the chair, not having any idea what's going on. And I don't hear any alarms upstairs, so that must mean my daughter is also asleep.
Good.
She didn't turn off your modem again during.
Oh, no, that was 2 straight shows.
What's this red button, Daddy?
That she did the same thing next week, so we moved that so she can't touch it anymore.
While I'm making it boring, Ivan, same thing to you.
Yeah.
So, Kenneth, what are you going to do when we draft the punter from Iowa here?
Don't play with me,
bro. That kid is a.
I'll slam this computer shut. Don't play with me. You can't have 4 picks and like we're going to toss Arbron in the 3rd. Like I wish you would.
I'll say this
with our last
Brad
pick.
Biggs has said about 10 times that he is 100% in play at 122 for the Bears.
Okay.
Listen, I would take that kid.
I'm sure Brad has his guys. But yeah, not right now. Not you.
Oh
now
no,
it's
no.
time to finish.
I couldn't do it right now.
Yeah,
So
it's
we're
time
on
to
the
finish
clock, guys. Go around the room here. Final answer. Final answer. Ivan, who do you got?
Trade down.
Oh my God. You are the Greg Braggs of this group.
What's your Kenneth?
Matt
what's your,
or
Matt?
Kenneth? We'll give Kenneth first. Matt, what do you got, Kenneth? Put it in there.
I'm gonna go with Kamara or Adisa. Probably Adisa because they like build.
Right.
But I'm gonna go with for me. I'm gonna go with the defense. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go with the defensive lineman. They may still think that Javon Dex is the answer at 3. We still don't know. That will make it a lot easier. Talking to like Dwight Freeney a month ago, he said he wished he played with a real 3 technique, and that's the guy that had Robert Mathis on the other side of it.
That's a great commentary. Former Connecticut boy out of Bloomfield High School. Matt, you got a choice here for the Bears who have Odunze and Caleb Williams? Anything?
I know how to follow good lead blocks when I see them, and I think that Kenneth did a great job of opening that up. So I'm just going to follow right in there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Way better answer than Ivan.
Oh yeah.
Shane,
I'm going to say Dorless from Oregon.
you're going. You know who they're picking.
Nope,
Don't
not
cheat.
yet. I'm
Okay.
not.
I'm going with the guy I would want, and that's Mo Kamara. Go get a football player. You've drafted 2 of them. Get a guy that finishes. Find a place in a situation for that kid. He will make this football team. I hope that's what they do. Second vote would be Haynes, though, out of UConn. Like Shane said, versatility. He could play guard in a pinch. And for him to be here, that would be an amazing get there. So Shane's with Dorless. I'm with Kamara and Haynes. And they'll take a wide receiver. And Kenneth will lose. I'm sorry. I'm not joking.
I know. I mean, it's just don't do that.
Where
Like even if you're gonna go offensive line, look, Pooney has been a guy. You had Jackson Powers at the Senior Bowl or whatever got hurt. Pooney got in at center and guard, so he gives you versatility. We were talking about Tevin Jenkins being hurt.
Yep.
Fortify the damn trenches, man. Like fortify. You got all this. You need a defense. If y'all gonna spend money and try to go get the best guy that's cut for defensive line and say we're just gonna have older linemen and we'll draft them. Because think about it, if the Bears are good, dog, all next year's draft is about just filling in whatever the hell you like.
The pick is in.
Uh-oh. What do we got?
The
He's
Chicago
smiling.
Bears
Smiling.
have went Ivy League offensive tackle.
There you go.
Yale.
Amegadjie.
There he is. I
right.
said he might be the guy. They got the Yale offensive tackle.
Okay, can I say something here?
Go ahead.
I love me some Ryan Poles, but there's some bullshit to this, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the thing, so one of my co-hosts, Josh Schrock, has been big on this kid coming to Chicago.
Yeah.
All right. But the thing is this isn't a competition. Now it basically lets your guy that you did not let Steel Sharpen Steel and Braxton Jones still hold his position, rather than getting someone that could be an automatic replacement. Now, again, if it works out, great, and you needed a swing tackle, and maybe that's what this young man will be as he grows and he develops refinement. But and again, if he's your prospect, great. But I guess it's a Braxton Jones thing more than it has to be with him, as far as Ryan Poles always being someone that says about competition, but Braxton Jones really has never had competition. I guess is my issue to say this, but hope this young man is great. It may take some time. And again, he was someone that was on a lot of draft boards here in the city.
We got to go get Trey Hendrickson at this point.
I went out of my way to call Yale and try to get the kids' coaches tape. I was unsuccessful. And this kid, though, is outstanding athlete and talent.
Very raw. Yeah.
There's so much clay.
The very next pick, Denver Broncos select defensive end Jonah Ellis.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Maybe Kamara will be there for us in the 4th.
I doubt it.
It could be because of his height. And that's where you take him.
I'm gonna start looking at veteran DNs.
Yeah.
All right, that's
Well,
where
well,
Ivan. That's
Ivan-
where, right there, Ivan.
Ivan,
That's where we're at.
That's what I'm doing.
Still, now his size isn't gonna matter as much now when we're going in another.
You know
round.
who just had a
It's
bad
gonna be about
night?
production.
You know who just had a bad night? Larry Borum.
Yeah.
Just had a bad night. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
His night was bad. His night was bad before any of this. He was like it was. He saw the writing on the wall. And again, I don't know. I haven't talked to Larry Borum, but it may also be about opportunity. And some people can't function if they don't feel like even if they perform well, they'll be given a true opportunity.
Yeah, I hear you. And I still go back to, last year when they drafted Darnell Wright. The first reaction for Larry Borum was to go out and instantly run to social media and unload there. And I'm like, yeah, that was not.
They didn't even draft you, so that lets you know that you're not thinking properly.
Tate wanted to say good night to you guys.
Good night, guys.
Night, Tate.
See you, Tate.
Bye.
All right, buddy.
Tate, it's 10 o'clock. Uncle Shane said you can stay up for 3 more hours. Tell your dad pipe down.
Hopefully we get a good defensive player.
Yeah,
Hopefully he was listening to you, Kenneth. He wanted to get a defensive player.
Real quick, for Matt, I know you got to
tomorrow, buddy.
We appreciate it. And
hey, thanks for having me.
You are the absolute best.
Well, yes, Matt. Thank you for
having me. It was fun.
Thank you for staying out. Real quick before you go, the rookie scouting portfolio. It's a PDF. You could send it across any
there was
ocean or anywhere. People were asking. So, Matt, before you go, where could they find the rookie scouting portfolio again?
Yeah, you can get it at mattwaldman.com. That's where you can download it. You get a pre-draft and post-draft that comes with it. I'll be putting together the post-draft publication. It'll be out about 7 days from tomorrow. So it's $21.95. You get both publications. You're getting probably about 1,400 pages of analysis. It's kind of a choose your own adventure.
You scrimped on it this year.
Going through it.
Right.
Yeah, with only 1,183 pages, right? Yeah. But it's one of the 2 most purchased draft guides for cross-checking purposes, according to recruiters like Alex Brown over at Ole Miss, who meets with those guys on a regular basis. And I do donate to a good cause, a cause called Darkness to Light, which is an organization devoted to preventing sexual abuse of children by teaching programs to folks that fuck up, like, Penn State and Michigan State, as well as people who haven't and have some foresight, and actually show them what they need to be on the lookout for, as well as when things happen and somebody reports it, not how to actually handle it so that they don't create a mess to further traumatize kids. And the RSP has donated. This year we'll be putting it over $70,000 mark since we've been doing this in 2012. So we'll be donating another $5,000 this year. So thanks again.
Thank you, brother. You're the best. Shane isn't kidding. We appreciate you spending all this time talking, breaking down Caleb, and
check out that
Odunze
link I sent you, Matt, too, and your DMs are about Odunze.
Watch the Odunze story.
All right. Thanks, fellas.
God bless you, bro. We'll talk
care,
soon, all right?
All right.
And we're going to do the film work. I forgot that with Matt.
Yeah.
We're going to be looking at the coach's tape of Odunze and Caleb.
Our new offensive lineman is I didn't realize he's a local kid, Lake Zurich.
Oh, man.
From your area?
No.
Now
Chicago.
Now Chicago.
Oh.
No, it's about like an hour away.
But he's got like
that means
30,
he's going to be great automatically.
He's got 36-inch arms. He is dominating on the Ivy League level, and we've seen many Ivy League players go into the NFL and be super successful. When you get this kind of 6'6", 335-pound offense, I don't know what network you're watching, Kenneth. Are you doing ESPN or NFL Network?
ESPN.
Which one? So NFL Network had the fucking war room of the Bears. They were Ian Cunningham standing up, raising one hand like, we got this guy. I'm going to be interested to hear how they talk about him because they were ecstatic about it, like authentically. So again, he did come in for a 30 visit, which is important to note. He also just reeks of freaking sky's the limit potential.
So here's a little TTNL breaking
First team all Ivy 2 years in a row.
Real quick, we
Go
have
ahead.
some little breaking news for TTNL pertaining to this. We have just acquired some Yale tape.
Come on,
young man. It will be in the hopper tomorrow morning.
Look at this guy. Look at this. Phil, I just got the Yale tape.
Yeah, that's
like literally.
Thanks for
Chris
the old
Harold-
news, Phil.
Well, I'm just reading the authentic text.
There you
I
go.
love this dude, Chris Harold. He's a big champion of us, and we'll cut the tape. I'll bring Kenneth on the show with me and my dad, and we'll calm and quell Kenneth's
95th percentile in arm length and 94th.
Bro, isn't it
percentile in
almost
wingspan.
37-inch arms? Some
can
one
get
of the get his exact. Kenneth, 37-inch arms, and he's from
here's the
It
Chicago
sounds
area.
good. I just got to see. I got to see it.
First team twice.
Real
First
quick,
team.
though.
There it is.
6'5",
36.1. Go ahead.
6'5", 323 pounds, 36 and an 8-inch arms, 9 and 5/8-inch hands. Just going through everything.
Hinsdale, Illinois.
Yep.
Where is
Zero line
that?
had him firmly entrenched in round 3.
The
Rare
main
blend
streets of
athletic
Hinsdale,
traits.
Illinois, bro.
Oh, yeah, it's gangster in Hinsdale.
But I mean,
I love Kenneth Davis.
Even it's not, since it wasn't who we were expecting or the position. What makes me happy is the offensive line is not dismissed anymore, like it has been. I mean, I was talking about this, Phil, when you bounced out there for a bit with Matt, and it's just the Bears. Oh, we'll throw a cursory 7th rounder at it, just to see if we can catch lightning in a bottle. We'll bring in a 11-year vet. And the Bears brought in some veterans at offensive tackle this offseason in Pryor, and I'm blanking on the rest of the names
Shelton,
right
they
now.
got the center Shelton. They traded for Brian Bates, who me and Big Steve and my dad broke down. And even Big Steve was like, bro, this is like a giant improvement from what the centers they've had here. It's no wonder they like them with Bates, who is your starting center.
Yeah, Curran from Cal. They brought
Curran.
him.
Yep.
Braxton Jones, Matt Pryor, and then he's the 6'7", 332 pounds.
Listen, I told you this. He could be one of their picks because the ball of clay is so immense. He's so athletic.
Well, I think I think probably, if I can speak for Kenneth a little bit here, it's just you see that.
Of course you can.
You see
Especially
that
you, Shane.
massive hole at edge. That is just. I mean, it's not going to be Dominique Robinson. It's just there's nobody there now. Are you going to make a move for Hendrickson? We got Montez Sweat with a 2. I think that ultimately
That's your 2, right?
That could be that could be the move in the future during the season. They wait on the edge. They have 2 2s and they can use one in season to go acquire a guy like we did with Sweat.
The other thing is, Kenneth, if you're looking, you got to his point, it doesn't have to be just Hendrickson, who I love the player Hendrickson. In fact, that's kind of what Kamara is, that kind of battler, getting to the quarterback. A lot of people doubted Hendrickson when he was drafted. I remember a certain Brawl Network.
Where did Doomerville go when he went? Was he a second rounder or did
I
he
think
go
he
down
was
like
Let's
did he?
look that one up. Elvis
I
Dumervil.
think he was.
Yes.
I feel like he was.
I'll look it
second.
up.
Yeah.
What wasn't he from Louisville? That's what I remember, right? Louisville for Dumervil. Elvis Dumervil. Here he is.
Feels like
January
he's a second
19th,
rounder.
1980. 5'11", 250 pounds.
Wow.
He went in the 4th round,
Oh.
pick 126
So there
in
you
Denver.
So maybe 122.
Let's listen to his career stats at 5'11", and hopefully Ian and them are listening. He had in his career, he had 105.5 sacks, 23 forced fumbles, 13 recoveries, 1 interception, and 365 tackles. He was a 5-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first team All-Pro. Listen, there's something about a desire and determination. My father would say that shit all the time. I forgot that he was 5'11".
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
same
crazy.
with
You
Dwight
said that part.
Freeney.
Yeah.
Freeney was 6 foot even, but he can literally squat 800 pounds. And I remember in Connecticut, the video coming out because it's like, holy shit.
Get off the bus spinning.
He was like Sonic the Hedgehog. He was just spinning.
Get off the bus spinning. Get off the bus spinning.
So, Kenneth, what were your thoughts the way everything unfolded
Steph
last
says
night?
hi, guys. Hi, Kenneth.
And
She said hello.
Steph. How's she doing?
She's doing great.
How are the girls doing?
Girls are improved.
Okay. Blessings, and I hope energy and blessings into all of that. You know that, and I guess maybe I need to. I'll check on you after this sometime this week. But to your question, Shane, I felt good. I think when you were sitting there talking, we had a discussion on NBC last night. I was on there with Lawrence, Glenn Morgan, and of course some great Bears players, and Alex Brown, and of course Lance.
Glenn Morgan? Oh,
yeah.
I thought you meant Glenn Milburn. I'm sorry.
No, Glenn Morgan. He's a draft analyst for us at NBC.
Nice. Okay.
So, and me and AB got into a debate about Rome, right? And but the thing was, I agree with what AB was saying. He was saying, why draft a receiver? And I have beat the table. If you can get your hands on Joe Alt, I understand what Rome could be, but Joe Alt was gone. And the thing is, when you look at it, holding on to Keenan or not, but you just look at one and talking to in interviewing Rome, I'm gonna tell you something that just crossed my mind, and I don't think we've contextualized this a lot. He was in a packed wide receiver room in Washington.
Yeah.
When have you heard him complain, right? So you already have a team-oriented wide receiver who's a stud, right? So that, I mean, the kid's head is screwed on so tight and well. And just to think with, man, and I said this to him, he's like, yeah, me and Justin, we're not going to be timid, is what he said to me. Like, we're not going to be timid. So I was like, wait, so y'all have basically really had dreams about what y'all would do together in the NFL. And yes, they did. They talked about what they could do. So I feel really good because I think you got we're talking about size, speed, a guy that's out on the edge that can come inside, but primarily is going to be that edge guy when you're talking about Rome Odunze. Look, I've been a Caleb dude. Doesn't take away, and I'll say that. It doesn't mean I have to bash Justin because I'm a Caleb guy. But I've been a Caleb dude. You got Caleb, and I was at the end of the show, I'd explain this because AB was saying that perhaps Caleb didn't have any say-so in Rome, and I was like, no, clearly they may have not. They don't have to listen, but clearly he inferred, I want this guy. And when the Bears,
Brett Cole, did you see the Brett Coleman's piece about it specifically about? Yeah, he had a whole spot where he's
like, I couldn't say this
at
all, but now that it's over, I can't.
He lives right outside the campus in LA, Brett does, and he said over the past couple of months, he has made it very known that Rome Odunze was the wide receiver that he wanted. And well, yeah, that's a big deal.
So, the point that I was trying to tell when I was explaining to AB was Caleb didn't play with the Bears, and the Bears didn't play with Caleb.
Yeah.
See, and I know people don't get that, where the Bears could have said, we're going to interview all these quarterbacks at the top just because we're going to do our due diligence, right? Caleb could have taken more top 30 visits, right? But this was, and again, and it's funny because people want to shy away from it. And it's funny that people want to shy away from this when it's ours, the term generational talent. This doesn't mean that Caleb is going to be as great as perhaps we expect him to be. But let's not act like he's not a generational talent. Like that.
Right.
Exactly, Kenneth.
Generational talent doesn't always make it to the league. But when we're talking about what he's done to this moment, he's generation. It's not even
resume.
It's like people want to be scared about it. No one's saying he's going to be Patrick Mahomes. But if we're talking about what could be, there's definitely potential for him to be a top 5 quarterback within the NFL. There's no I'm not gonna be scared about it. And if he's not, if he's top 10, great. But this isn't one of those things where
you're killing it.
Even having an affinity for Justin, dog, this isn't even a 2021 quarterback draft. He's at the top of this draft with these. Dog, I would have taken Jay Daniels in a damn heartbeat. All right, don't even get it twisted. If Caleb wasn't here and you told me the Bears was at number 1 at this point, I'd be like, right? Like, it may be able to work. I was talking to, I can't remember who I was talking to or interviewed. It was I don't know how much. It was what's the name from the NFL.com, and I love him. My damn phone, my music just kept. It was it was Edmund. It was what's his name? He works for NFL.com. I'll remember his name. He's a great
Eric Edholm.
Thank you, Edholm. Eric Edholm. Thank you, Phil.
Yep.
So Eric Edholm was on about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And my question was, listen, when you're looking at Jaden Daniels, is there a hesitancy because we know what he did at Arizona State, even if you look at his numbers at LSU last year, plus he had those receivers. And he was like, nah, I like the fact that he grew into the player. And the reason I'm saying this is there were even nice studs in here, right? Like I wouldn't have taken him at 7. If I had a late round pick, I would have drafted beat up Michael Penix Jr., right? Like just there were guys that I was interested in. And getting back to Caleb was the best out of all of them. So I don't understand why we're scared to talk about that. Because
we're not here.
I like to say this. A lot of people have a victim mindset, right? Because our sports teams have done us wrong. So it's kind of a victim mentality that people have. I'm not going to have it. This kid is nice. Caleb, you got a wide receiver who, if Marvin Harrison Jr. wasn't in this draft, could have won. That's like, even as all that stuff I just talked about as far as the quarterbacks, you can say the same about the top 3 wide receivers. Like that, so dog, you in a draft that was full of quarterbacks and wide receivers, you got the best quarterback, and you got arguably who could be the best, but maybe he's the second or third. I'll say second. It could be the second best receiver in this draft together.
He was my number 1 receiver.
They have a synergy.
And I have by a mile, Caleb Williams was better than any quarterback I've ever scouted. Except for Andrew Luck, who wasn't that far of a distance between those two. Caleb Williams and this network just stood our ground to the hate and the bullshit, and we will continue to do that. And Kenneth, you're speaking. I wish we had always have dreamed about having like a musician on the show just ready to play when someone's about to rant. And then they just come in and start playing and you just go. And that's what you were doing. Because why exactly? What are you afraid of? Chase greatness. Chase greatness, as we're saying.
If you fail, it's okay. Like
it's okay. There's a lot of failures.
Yes.
Don't be afraid to swing the bat. Don't be afraid.
Varying degrees of failure. Like I have no question. I think Caleb Williams' floor is good to really good. I think it's good. I don't think Caleb Williams is going to be a bust. right? I don't. But then you insulate him in with this much talent. I mean, like, this is ridiculous, right? Like, for real. Like, no rookie has come into the league with this. This is unfair. Like, no, like, that's basically like, this is unfair. But this kid earned it. Like, when you thought the fact, I don't know exactly, Phil. I didn't know this kid was living alone in high school. Like, are you?
I didn't know that either. I'm like, holy shit!
Nuts. This is how locked. So he's been locked in. This dude, this kid's
mature.
Been in LA with millions of dollars. Do you know how busy I would have been getting down at his age in Los Angeles? And look, it's LeBron James, then Shohei, and that's just now. Shohei just got to the Dodgers. We ain't talking about Orange County Shohei. And then it's me, basically, right? And like, so do you understand how busy I would? And again, I would have been a good kid, but I would have been busy, right? Like, busy. And this kid has been this mature, and this kid has been single-minded, locked in since back then. That's crazy. That's abnormal, right? Again, I'm gonna use something.
That's really well said.
Kobe Bryant-esque type mess as far as the lock-in. You know what I'm saying? And I'm using Kobe from someone who I remember Steve Young talking about Chris Sims and talking about laissez-faire attitudes that players' kids may have because they come from wealth, right? So, and we're saying this with Caleb. I'm not saying it because his father, none of his parents are famous, but I'm saying, like, this kid has been locked into this journey this long. Do you know how crazy? And I'm sure a lot of athletes have been. Dog, he chased down Spencer Rattler and kicked his ass out of Oklahoma. And
bro, that's one of the more underrated.
We forget who Spencer Rattler was. We forget who back then
#1 contender going into that league.
So
I'm
not gonna be dog. So, like, just discussions. You know, I've had discussions with people during the year early. I told people he's gonna throw 4 touchdowns and y'all gonna get over all that BS that y'all talking. You know what I'm saying? And this is back in like October. And I'm saying this is a Justin guy. I don't have to hate one because I like one. I don't live in that world. You feel, you know me. All 3 of y'all know me. Yeah, I'm really not the type of person to talk side shit about somebody. You know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
why
you
I love
talk to me. Bro. I don't come be like, yeah, so-and-so do be like that. That's not how I operate. So I just try to live like that. But this kid's a stud, and then you went out and got Rome Odunze. I said this last night on air. I don't know Rome, but in talking to him, man, he gets it. Like that. Yeah. It's crazy. Like I'm listening. I'm driving today, and I'm listening to him. I don't know if it was 670 or if it was Waddle and Sylvie. I don't know if it was Danny and Spiegel or Waddle and Sylvie. But the point that I'm making, he was talking, it was Waddle and Sylvie, I believe. He was talking about being rookie of the year. And they was like, and it was funny because it's like, wait, so if you're gonna be rookie of the year, what about Kevin? Because he's throwing the ball. He's like, well, hopefully I make him look better than he makes me look. But just even saying, I want you to say that.
Oh yeah,
because he was talking about the playoffs. He was like, I want you to have individual aspirations, but also knowing those, like, if you're great, we should be great. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I shine, we should all shine. You know what I'm saying? Right. So Ryan Poles has done, and Ian Cunningham, and I'll push back because somebody was like, man, don't worry about offensive linemen when it comes to Ryan and Ian. Yeah, they are former offensive linemen. That don't mean shit to me when it comes to picking offensive linemen. Because they have not shown that they have not shown that. Because and I guess this is the problem, and as I escape that with Braxton, it's cool that you found this just gem at this small school in Braxton, but you have given him opportunities that you haven't given other offensive linemen, right? Like, you have not given Tevin Jenkins the same leeway that you've given Braxton Jones. It's just the honest to God truth, right? And so you have shown a preference to say, hey, that's my guy or whatever, which is fine. We've all worked and lived. That's how things usually go. This is the real world or whatever. And that's not saying that Braxton Jones sucks. I'm not a person that's saying he's trash. I just want to make sure at such an essential position that you know perhaps where his ceiling may be, and are you prepared to do something if his ceiling is lower? You find out it's lower than what you expect it to be.
Listen, Rams take Blake Corum, so he goes.
Just
the Wolverine goes
real quick
to
to feed the meatballs that love this stuff. They talked to our new offensive tackle, and after he talked to the Bears, his phone rang again. Does anybody have any idea? Does anybody have any idea who it was? After he talked to the Bears,
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, yes, made the phone call.
Wow,
that was also long ass.
That
was a
that's 36 and 1/8.
He can scratch his kneecap standing straight.
Yeah. I'm as tall as his arms, bro.
Those, whoa! I need to see the punch. I need video of the punch.
I'm telling you, NFL Network. I'm gonna breathe.
If you show me that he's straight jabbing fools, pop, 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 I may be in on it. I gotta see.
Listen, Chris, my guy Chris Harold, in perfect time. I think it was like 3 minutes before we took the pick. I've been asking to get Yale tape so we could break this kid down, because the head coach at Southern Connecticut State University is like, this kid at fucking Yale is going to be something special. And to get that,
Roman Wilson.
So Roman Wilson, another Wolverine. Shane,
could you believe Josh Lucas's quote on him?
No, I didn't see it. What was it?
He specifically named Roman Wilson, and I mean, everybody was talking about, second and third round for him. I heard people saying that he might be like top of the second round guy.
Right.
Josh Lucas came out and said, yeah, he goes 6th, 7th round type guy. I can find a guy like Roman Wilson all day.
That's why he's not working with the Bears.
It's like, wow.
Speaking of Wolverines, I want to let this PSA out there again. Help our nonprofit football team, our youth program, purchase our new uniforms and equipment. Every dollar counts as we rebrand to the Wolverines from the Venom. Give.thetapeneverlies.com. Our goal started out, and this town did not believe in the TTNL Network and our board. Now they're believers. We are going to be a part of naming the Tape Never Lies on the scoreboard, and the network is getting big praise. We are currently at $13,295.
Nice.
And Greg Bragg's donation of 37 cents. We are currently there. Give.the-Tape Never Lies Network. Since all these Wolverines are going off the board, Shane reminds me, make sure you get that promo out there. Where goal is 20,000 by April 30th. Every dollar counts. $20, $10, $5, whatever you can do for these kids and this program. Roman Wilson. Yes, sir.
So, do you donate to the general campaign or to a team or individual? What to ship
You
someone?
go to the general campaign. So,
okay. So tell people that.
I'm sorry. You hit general. You hit donation. Then you hit general campaign, and then you put in your info. And it is Zephy, which is 100% nonprofit. So the Zephy takes care of. They don't charge you anything like a PayPal and all these other things. But honestly, by the end of tonight, when we go off, I'm going to shout out every person that has donated. And I put it on my Facebook. We have donations of TTN. It shows the stretch of TTNL. Ken. Scotland, Ireland, Germany, Italy, Spain, Canada, which I forgot, Hawaii, which is a part of the United States, but still, Alaska has made a donation, according to sources. All over Chicago has donated. Iowa, Michigan, Florida. As we continue, I think that now we're up to 30 states I mean, this is for our youth program. This is for me and my family and all of these kids here. The parents and adults can't thank this network and the Chicago Bears. We couldn't name our team the Bears because there's a team, the Berlin Bears, which I would have totally, that's what the board was like, Phil, we can't.
Why didn't you go Grizzlies?
Because they thought it was too close. It came down to, they made a vote. Really originally, because the high school team is the Knights. So we wanted to be the Black Knights and come out with those black uniform. That's might get race. I go, oh my God. So then we came up with 20 names and whittled it down like a bracket. And it came down to the Crusaders or the Wolverines. And my votes were all for the Wolverines. And that's the story. And we're going with the uniform, that Michigan uniform with the stripes and everything.
I'll say this. Right?
Yes.
I'm happy someone was concerned about Black Knights. I wouldn't have taken it as offensive.
Yes.
But they let you, they gave you Crusaders though, huh?
That's what I said the same thing. I go, are we that was the reason we won. I'm like, oh yeah, isn't that kind of a religious thing?
Yeah. Okay.
So
on another note,
new Bears offensive tackle Kiran Amegadjie grew up a Chicago Bears fan, and he's fully invested.
Wow.
If you look back on his timeline,
another Bears fan.
This is where it gets good, though. If you look back on his timeline, he had a tweet on October 4th, 2020, during the Bears game. It says, "Oh my God, please release this entire Bears offensive line." That makes me love him even more, man.
You're right.
And it's starting to pick up his love for this kid.
Yeah.
But
wait a second.
You know, when you say that too, and I think one thing we don't realize with Rome talking about Devin Hester, these kids were from that Super Bowl team.
Well, that's what he quoted. He just talked to Kevin Fishbain,
true.
And he had a direct quote about Devin Hester. He's like, guys, I grew up in this. I'm a rabid Bears fan. He's like, it's all I've ever wanted my entire life, and it actually came true. I can't even believe this is going on right now. And we know Ryan Poles loves him some local products.
Oh yeah, that team, and I was sitting across from them last night. Something hit me, right? I felt bad for them. They're wealthy gentlemen, but I was like, that team to me was like one of the first Bears teams that actually loved being Bears.
Yeah,
like they kind of changed, because really either they retired a Bear or they retired a year after wherever they went. Basically, it was like, yeah, I'm out. But they built that program back up, but they cared. And then you had that player in Devin who was an iconoclast, basically, because he was doing something nobody had seen. And if you were a kid, like we loved Devin, and we were grown. I think Ivan may have been the only person that may have not been an adult at that time.
Yeah, I was in high school.
Yeah, the rest of us were basically grown. But still, he was electric. So imagine being a kid and seeing something like that. To what, so like you have these kids that grew up, and that's like, man, that's Devin Hester. Like, of course, he was a cornerback, so I love Deion. But the fact, like, I used to hold off from calling Devin the greatest return man, because I used to tell people that didn't see Deion return. I was like, dog, you ain't seen Deion Sanders return, right? Mm-hmm. It took Devin making accomplishments. I was like, yeah, he's him. He's the greatest. But like, when you have that guy that can be that electrifying, you know what I'm saying, and how it benefits the Bears at this point, because those kids are in that age range that you had that guy that can pull them in and make them Bears fans, because a lot of these kids were Devin Hester fans, and it was like, I'm gonna go away with the Bears.
No, I love when you come on because you're passionate and you're also authentically you and make great points. Even if I don't agree all the time with you, your points are still well thought out and really well done. And in this one, we have to look at that. And even Caleb Williams said his first jersey or his first thing was a Bears thing. He had mentioned that before. So even though he idolized Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you're a young quarterback growing
Rome
up. In that
Odunze said the
too.
same thing, I believe.
Yeah, Rome Odunze had a Devin Hester and Brian Urlacher jersey. That was his team.
He didn't have a Dusty Dvoracek jersey like I did. True story.
Obscure jerseys that you owned.
I loved that dude.
I had an Eric Kramer jersey. I had a Jeff Graham jersey.
Nice.
Jeff Graham jersey, 81. Probably one of my favorite players ever for the Bears is Jeff Graham. I guess he's a football coach in Ohio now, a head coach.
Yeah, who were we just talking to about that?
Yeah, someone had mentioned it to us.
Shout out to Jeff Graham, man. Really sparked that offense. We were
oh my God.
Yeah, the one time we didn't have a semi-respectable.
We didn't have any defense that year.
Right.
Yeah.
I told Zorge that.
People don't understand how great that felt that year.
I was like, we finally have a throwing offense. We're throwing downfield all the time.
Oh man, I wasn't feeling Walsh whatsoever. I was just like,
oh my
God. I want the guy with the arm. like
when Kramer got hurt,
but he could win. He could win, but it was just, and it's funny talking to Dave. They got on me about that, saying that to him once. He's like, that was my guy. I won a national championship with him. I was like, hey, that's how I feel, Dave. That's how I feel. I gotta keep it 100.
Ivan, your linebacker from Notre Dame just went.
Oh, really?
Yep. He's a
Dallas
Cowboy.
Nice.
Yep. So it's a perfect fit. He's going to come up short when the games matter. Goes from Notre Dame to Dallas. So perfect fit.
Did you have any obscure Bears jersey, Kenneth, or no?
Not that I can really remember. I was never
an A-Train
jersey. No. I was never and I'm like Anthony Thomas, but it was I was a cap guy, probably more than I was a jersey guy. I wasn't a jersey guy really until like even when like hip hop got real jersey, I didn't jump into the Mitchell and Ness. I got some decent jerseys now in the closet, but I won this sweet Mitchell and Ness Sox jersey some years back. And I got some other stuff, but like, no, I'm not a jersey guy. So I did see a Dusty Dvoracek jersey in some
Shane's.
Some bid. But I remember thinking like, damn, Dustin Dvoracek has a jersey.
Yeah. Oh man.
No, I know Shane isn't capping because I know I saw one someplace. It was like,
yeah,
that was donated it to the Goodwill.
Number 98. Number 98. So does Kenneth? You brought up a name, and I know I've shared this on here, but do you know the story of how Anthony Thomas ended up in Chicago and how it could have been a whole bunch better, and how it's tied in with Ted Phillips? Did you ever hear this?
No.
So the 2001 draft, the Bears had a trade in place to move up and select running back LaDainian Tomlinson. Had it settled down.
I don't even want to know no more.
Oh, it gets way worse. So buckle up. Yeah.
Buckle your seatbelt.
They had it in place to move up for LT. Ted Phillips put the kibosh to it. So they pivoted. They ended up drafting.
Said, no, we're not going up there because we're going to have to pay that salary.
It was all about
money.
So they stayed and they took David Terrell. So then Mark Hatley in the second round worked out another deal to go up for another running back, Deuce McAllister. Had it worked out.
Ted Phillips did again.
Ted Phillips said, we're not going to pay the money for 2 first-round draft picks. So then they stayed, and that's how they ended up with Anthony Thomas.
I'm not saying nothing. You're not taking away my joy.
But did you watch that? Did you watch the Devin Hester drafting behind the scenes video? Did you happen to see this?
No, not recently. I haven't seen it. It's something that came out recently.
The Bears released it. Yeah.
No one's ever seen this video until now when Devin's getting nominated, right? What it looks like is Michael Scott, Dwight Schrute,
it's
in The Office are making a decision about players, and it's like they're just flipping a coin to go with Devin Hester. It's embarrassing. The front office, they look like, I'm telling you, a scene out of The Office. They just lucked into Hester, man.
Green Bay Packers just selected a running back from USC, Marshawn Lloyd.
Marshawn
I
Lloyd.
need to know. So this is the thing about
You change it to Johnson. That's what you do. You just put a patch over Fields, and you get
the amount of Ted Phillips information that you two guys have is crazy.
Oh, we have a real bad one that we'll have to give you.
Who knows that one?
You've given me that one.
We don't even have to get into the Randy Moss story, Kenneth.
No, can we have a celebration, Shane? We're celebrating. You go, do this later. Text me.
Most upset I've ever been in
no,
NFL
I don't
draft.
Don't. This brings so you're about to really make me angry.
Well, it's not the Bears' fault though, because I got to tell it.
Okay.
The Bears were going to take Randy Moss, zeroed in on him. He had a breakfast meeting with who? Walter Payton.
He blew it off?
Yes.
Didn't get his ass out of bed. Walter waited for over an hour and got up and left. And the Bears were like, nope.
Yeah, well, can't draft him.
Curtis
It
Enos.
would have been nice.
Yeah.
It would have been nice, but
can you imagine we didn't get to live Shane Matthews to Randy Moss, Kenneth? Can you imagine those games?
It makes me mad. Dog, do you know, like, for instance, so Phil, we're just talking about you, right? Your dad, and you know, you got something, you do your stuff with your pops, and you know, your dad's a coach and all that, and having that relationship. And I know, Shane, you've been through some stuff. My dad died, I was 23, and I was extremely close with my father.
Yeah.
But those players, so like for instance, like LeBron James is one of the last players me and my dad discussed. And this was before LeBron even touched the pros. My dad was like, yeah, it's this kid that's in Cleveland. They said he was a sophomore. They said if he was eligible for the draft, he'd be number one. That was the first time I ever heard about LeBron James. My dad told me that, right? Mm-hmm. So me and my dad used to wonder at Randy Moss, Shane. Like it was like, oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. So for you to say that, it makes me think like, man, we wonder, we loved him. We love Minnesota, right? Like, and then you're telling me that could have been mine. But then that point, if you can't show up for sweetness, then what am I gonna? Because obviously we're extending the branch. Go ahead, the olive branch.
Yeah, and obviously people forget that the Titans took Kevin Dyson over Randy Moss.
Right.
Yeah, they did. Out of
so
Utah.
that I mean, it probably didn't just happen to Chicago.
Don't forget that why he always lit the Cowboys up, because they played them, and so he used to light the Cowboys up because of how they played them. Yeah, it was a lot of teams. It wasn't just the Bears. The same thing with Warren Sapp, where it was like, because remember back then, if you got caught smoking pot,
it was over. Yeah.
The other thing, if you remember, I think one of the fans is reminding us there was Medusa. Moss, remember he was in the passenger seat with the guy driving, and they ended up getting in an accident and killed somebody. If you look back on that was, they were trying to make him a part of it, but it's like, come on, he's in the car.
He was enrolled at Notre Dame, right?
He was, and he ended up
like Florida State, and then
he's going to go to West Virginia.
Lou Holtz was still there, I believe, at the time. Yeah, then Florida State. I mean, he was a fuck up.
Yeah,
like we can't like that. Just being honest.
Notre Dame could have prepared him for playing with shitty quarterbacks when he got to Chicago. So all that.
He's always good. Zorich was supposed to come on tonight, but all these Notre Dame shots have kept him away, I guess. I don't know where he is. Oh my God. If you have a number 1 jersey, you just order the patch. Shane has the website for you.
You can go on Amazon, and there's a place on there that
Amazon will replace the nameplate, and you just have your local Italian lady sew it on for you. The seamstress over there. You get a nice replacement.
I don't love 15 on Rome.
Why?
Would have went. I was hoping he's going to go old
11?
school and go to like an 88. I always loved 88 on a wide receiver.
These kids these days
I
like
know.
low numbers. Trust me.
Yeah.
88. I just see Marcus Robinson
Yeah.
going down the right sideline. Jim Miller throwing it up.
I was never a Marcus Robinson guy.
No.
I'm happy I wasn't, because then when he went to the Vikes, I remember him talking about who's Peanut Tillman. And I was like, see, that's why I ain't like you. I knew it was the reason I ain't like your ass, right? It was like you NFL Europe ass mug. Like,
He was about to get cut by Wanstead. You should have him tell that story.
He would. He'll definitely.
He was about to get cut, and they sent him to NFL Europe, and he just blows up NFL Europe.
The Rhine Fire.
The Rhine Fire.
Yeah.
Yes, and thus there you go. Ivan, you should show
Somebody
off
just
your
put Musa-
show
so
Kenneth
I
your
was so
jersey,
mad.
Ivan.
I was so mad when Musa Muhammad was up there. Me and the old lady was sitting down here. I was like, Chicago is a place where wide receivers go to die. Like, man, get your ass off the damn stage.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Ivan Giovon played with number 88 on one of those fucking 7,000 Chicago softball fields, apparently, that the Bears had to put in their hype video for. I go, who puts a softball field outside a fucking football stadium?
Ivan went shopping with Danny Parkins and bought the number 13 Caleb Williams jersey, and he fixed it. Kind of see there's.
Oh no, I took it off.
Oh, you took it off.
Yeah, I duct taped it 18, but
you looked pretty good the first time. You were further back and waving. I go, this motherfucker had it.
I was waving quick, so you didn't see the.
Did you see that he talked about it? Did you see Caleb talked about the number?
No, I haven't seen it.
He actually wanted 13, but he's like not. He's like I said to Keenan, you know, what are you gonna do with your number? And he's like, yeah, probably 13. He's like, all good, man. And
That's
then he
classy,
pivoted.
man.
Well, that's what he should. Let's be honest. It's 100%.
How many of these dudes would do it? I'm just saying. Not a
Hopefully,
lot
Tyler
of guys
Scott
would.
got a nice little
Motherfucker, I'm the first round quarterback, bro. Give me the number. Like, some dudes would do that. This kid is he's wired different. The haters look so fucking dumb backpedaling. They look like Deion Sanders with freaking Christian Okoye running at him. That's what they look like.
It's funny. We had a discussion last night, and maybe it was like he should just tell him, give me the jersey. And I was saying what you said. It was just he could say that, but this is a good way to go about it. But being a contrarian, I also will say this: whose record did he just break for sales was Caitlin Clark, correct?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So guess what? When Keenan Allen's not a Bear in 2 years, I'm gonna just get a new jersey and I'm gonna get that money, that percentage I get off of there when I go to 13 after they bought all the jerseys.
I bought my son one, for God's sake. I'll have to return it.
So your linebacker Frill from Mizzou that you had in your top fives just went to Green Bay. Topper.
They took two backers.
Yeah. Edger and Cooper.
Because that dude, the first
people are getting ready for
linebacker
what
they
we're
got.
bringing them.
Huh?
Say these teams in the NFC North are getting ready for what we're bringing them.
Oh, they have to.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this comment. I love when guys are do this. Why did we draft the offensive line? He's going to suck.
Yeah.
How have you decided that, D? You've watched his tape? You know? Like, come on.
Can't scout the helmet.
He's just looking at the school. Look at the size of this guy's arm length. I wish you were watching NFL Network. They put the Bears war room up when they drafted him.
They put it up on ESPN too.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
And they were just celebrating.
But Phil, they're not gonna sit there and be like, man, damn, we took him.
Well, sometimes they just go.
They're not going to start jumping on tables like Brad Holmes in Detroit.
I've never seen I'll say this. I've never seen the Bears front office look so professional.
Last night they were
proud.
Last night they were all motionless. I thought
stoic.
The feed froze.
They were stoic until they went to the call.
What'd you think about Eberflus talking about I love you, man?
It
I
caught
liked
me
it.
by surprise.
I was
man.
surprised.
Yeah, it
Nah, man, listen. We look first is like if we're cool, like I gotta know you. Like Phil, you'll throw a love out.
Yeah,
You my
I always
guy.
throw a love.
That's different.
Yeah.
I don't just don't be like man, nah, bro. Slow your roll. All right.
Now, I was surprised by it. I was surprised by
and
it
I'm just
when
I said to myself, because I do say that to people that I've gotten to know and the vibe with, love you, bro. When I'll get off the phone.
But that wasn't a love you. That wasn't that. That was
right.
It was
Right.
a
You're right.
It had some love you, bro, on it, but it also had like just Flus has that awkwardness, which it may be good. Because sometimes you have to be, if you're brilliant, there are awkward parts of me. You know what I'm saying? Like I hide them well for the most part, but like there are awkward parts because if you're a real thinker, there's gonna be some stuff that's gonna be different about you or whatever. So I'm nitpicking. Let me also say that I'm nitpicking.
No,
on this.
that's
I
what
don't
we
care.
do, bro. That's
yeah,
what
I
we
don't
do
care
here.
what he said or whatever. But as we're just sitting here shooting the shit.
No, it's good that you said that. You know why I've gotten to say that? Because I've lost so many people, you know, that have gone on as friends and they've passed on. So I don't want to ever
let somebody know you don't care about them.
Exactly. And
you never
I
know
hold that
say may benefit somebody.
Exactly. And when I get off the phone with someone and they someone, Phil really cares about me. If they take it another way, that's on them. But the reality is I don't use it. I use it like truthfully. So Flus did shock me on it. And it was like his love you, bro, was slow.
Right.
To your
but
point.
Even with him, Phil, he wasn't saying it any weird way. Like
Right.
that's by no,
Right.
I'm not inferring that. I'm not inferring that by any means. Am I inferring that? Like I was pointing. That's if you're that sensitive about stuff, I really don't got that much time for you. Now we're gonna start talking about fingernail paint and all of that. And again, I don't care. Caleb Williams could be the gayest quarterback ever. Can he win me Super Bowls? Is and again, I'm not saying he is. I'm just telling you, it doesn't matter. Why would I care about what that man is doing with his business? It doesn't matter whatsoever.
So new Bears offensive tackle.
Don't you dare go to Diddy, Ivan, please.
Went to just lost it. He went to a golf.
Take that.
Our new offensive tackle went to a golf club last year in Chicago that his father belongs to.
Yeah.
And he ran into Chicago Bears head coach Matt Eberflus. This was last year, and he walked up and introduced himself. He said, "I just want to give you a heads up. You'll be you better plan on drafting me next year." And Matt Eberflus brought that up because he remembered the interaction.
I like that. I like that, young man.
This guy's starting to get on Kenneth's good side.
Rumble, talk that talk. Talk that.
Watch this motherfucker come in there and just knock heads out. There was another Yale lineman that we had that unfortunately didn't get the shot to play. So let's see how this plays out. There's been Yale in Chicago Bears history. I think Michael McCaskey went to Yale. Gary Fensick played at Yale. Dick Duran, former coach, was a Yale football player. So there's a lot of connections over here in New Haven where Kenneth and Ivan have to taste the pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Oh, I don't make shit up, bro.
When I have the actual pronunciation of his name, it's going to be horrible in Chicago. It's Kiran Amegadjie.
Amegadjie.
Yeah.
You remember that movie, Amegadjie?
Yeah. Hopefully hopefully we're not saying, "Oh my God, he fucking sucks." You know what I mean? We need him to be good. We need him to be good.
Oh my
God. Please be good.
You gotta love this network. We're shooting the shit. We're in the draft. The Chicago Bears have taken.
Our guys got to get out, Phil. Kenneth,
thank you so much for jumping on with us and keeping the tradition alive.
Definitely.
I
think
know
year,
last night was tough.
It was hectic. No, this is first of all, I always enjoy coming on here. I enjoy the community. Even some of the knuckleheads that talk shit, whatever. I don't pay you no mind. But you three, just from the relationships or whatever, disagree or whatever. Even when you said earlier, the thing about disagreement, it doesn't mean that we still can't have an understanding.
That's right.
And I think that's the problem with a lot of people, that just because they disagree, you can't find some common place. But all y'all families, I hope everything's going well with y'all families. If they're not, I send energy, blessings from anything that go to them.
you.
Thanks, Ken.
Y'all stay safe. Everybody stay safe. And that's basically look, you know what? This shit can go left. Let's enjoy what we have right now, because we never get stuff like this. We never get the number one pick. And if we do, it's a year where there's nothing. Christian Ponders, the guy, and Blaine Gabbert or whatever. We got enjoy. Like, even look, this kid could be Karen could be so what? He was a third rounder. All right. And again, I hope he's not, but this is great times for us. Enjoy, let the bullshit go, and I will talk to you gentlemen, and you gentlemen go ahead and keep doing what you're doing and keep shining.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
When we get the Yale tape cut up, I will tell you and invite you to come on, and we'll break it down with you, and it'll be funny to see what you think. I love you, Ken.
You got to. I love you, Phil.
Lee, what the hell is going on?
You guys have a good one, man.
Kenneth.
All right, Ken. Kenneth Davis, NBC Sports Chicago. What a guy. Oh my God. I love Kenneth. For real, though.
Acevedo's got to get on that shirt.
What shirt?
New offensive tackle.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Kiran Amegadjie better be fucking good. That was very good, by the way.
Oh, see, now this just proves I was right.
Oh no.
The Baltimore Ravens just selected defensive lineman Odunze Isaac.
There you go. They like those 5 techs.
We'll sign him in 4 years when they don't want to pay him.
Listen, we'll see. Odunze Isaac. Look, the Bears really like this kid. It was told to me at least 2 times. That's why I called Yale to get the coach's tape, because I wanted to show it to our patrons and see just what he's about. Now, the coach at Southern Connecticut was like, bro, they got a real deal offensive tackle over there at Yale. Like, he's dominant. He's throwing people around. We know that he's Yale, but there's been Ivan, do me a quick search. Just put up Ivy League offensive lineman in the NFL, and the number is outrageous. And when you have a guy that this is talented, then he's from Chicago. Then you add that story.
Didn't Ross?
They brought him in.
Go to Yale?
Ross Tucker went to Princeton.
Princeton, that's right.
Ross Tucker went to Princeton. Oh, that Viking center who used to fucking kill us. What was his name, Shane? He went to freaking Ivy League school.
Who are we talking about?
The Viking center in the 90s.
Matt Burke.
Burke.
Yeah.
Matt Burke. Oh my God. There's Creighton's right on it too. Same with you, James Hunter. Jeff, you're third, just like you would be in a race with me. He went to Harvard. Creighton's right again, Harvard. And oh my God, I don't like Ross Tucker. We'll save that for another day.
But he does Ivy League games, I believe, correct?
Yeah, he does the broadcast on
ESPN
Plus. ESPN Plus. There's so many offensive linemen that have been successful into the NFL from the Ivy. And listen, I remember being a young kid, and my dad said it. You know, the offensive linemen have to be the smartest guys on the field. They have to know their assignments, have to know their technique, know each and everybody's plays.
Nope. You got drafted like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
He went to the
2
Titans.
hours ago.
He went to the Titans in the beginning of the second round.
Long gone. He's like that guy when you're in a fantasy league.
Yeah.
But
how the fuck is Aaron Rodgers still available in the 48th round?
Listen, is Marcus Robinson available? He went in the second round, bro. Pay attention. We used to make people skip. If he called out a guy that had been drafted, they'd be punished by getting
Jalix
skipped.
Hunt just went to Philly. I thought I wasn't a big fan of him.
Nah.
And he went to Philly, so I'm perfectly content with that. I was not a fan of him at all.
Jalix Hunt.
You know who also went to Yale?
Yeah.
Gary
Fensick.
Fensick.
I said that.
Oh, did you?
Dick Geron, Gary Fensick, Mike McCaskey went to Yale. I think, did George go to Yale too? George McCaskey?
Probably. I mean,
there's a McCaskey group of people here in New Haven, and they're related.
Yuschek went to Harvard.
Harvard, that's right.
Marcellus Wiley went to Columbia.
Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't find like a straight list.
They don't give you a list.
Yeah,
they used to have like a list.
Yeah, I just got the. Actually, I'll bring it up. It's a picture of the most games played by Ivy Leaguers in the NFL.
Fitzpatrick as Jeff Burton.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick as well. Yeah.
Quarterback. Sid Luckman.
Dwayne Carter to Buffalo.
Ah, I love that dude. Nick Lowry. Fucking Zach Diassi. Remember that dude? With the fucking Giants? 2007 to 2019.
Look at Newport.
Calvin Hill.
I just went to another channel and found out that our new draft pick starts. They wasn't just talking about themselves. The best part about what he thinks is a dig here is that he fucking came back.
What? You have to be some sort of special asshole.
Oh, that's fine. He thought he got a dig in, but he just made himself. He left that other place that he went for the info and came back to us. So thanks, Newport.
He needs to smoke a Newport. He has Newport's sneakers matching his Newport cigs.
Yeah. He smokes Newports off the ground.
Oh my God. I hope. Yeah. Ted Phillips went to Notre Dame, Shane.
Yeah.
No wonder why Shane hates Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's it.
Ted Phillips went there.
He loves us. We love you too.
We forgive you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll forgive him.
Let's see. We've been on this for 4 hours and 30 minutes, Newport.
Yeah.
No commercial break. I did get up to go to the bathroom. I haven't even, I was scarfed down probably the most tasty chicken and broccoli and garlic sauce I've had in a long, long time. It was so good. And I can't eat with chopsticks. Ivan says he can eat with chopsticks.
Mm-hmm.
Shane, you can do chopsticks.
Yeah.
Are you the snobs like that go to Chinese food place? Can I have the chopsticks?
If I don't have them, I listen. I'm there to eat my food.
Wouldn't they just like offer them? Like
usually we'll put them on the table. Will you pick up the chopstick? Or
I got to be honest.
I pick up the chopstick. Yeah,
you do.
I got to be honest. 99.9% of the time, my Chinese food consumption is via takeout.
So you've never sat down?
Oh, I have, but it's rare for whatever reason. Chinese
since COVID, I find that no Chinese food places allow you to sit down and eat anymore. So
Vargas gonna be working at a Chinese restaurant.
Ivan's taking bullets tonight. Ivan's going to be at the mall. Do you want to try the honey chicken? Remember those guys? I used to go around twice at Panda Garden or whatever, Panda Express.
Yeah.
Honey chicken, General So. I'll be like, yeah, let me try that honey chicken. Come back around. Let me try that General So.
Chain sweaters.
Yeah.
No, I didn't even change. I put on a hat. Oh my God. The reality is I'm not the only one that did this. So let's be honest here. We have no more picks. So Newport,
tonight,
calm your shit and know what we are here. Please. Actually take a Newport out, smoke it, and just chill. Just chill. That's your chill.
You caught a slip.
Where's Ronnie fucking G? Why isn't he on the show?
He just texted me because he loved my comment. He said on the.
Can you send him the link so we can just bring Ronnie G on now? Let's bring him on. We got to give him some love tonight.
Let's do it.
Fucking took a Yale guy. Ronnie G needs to come to New Haven to try the pizza.
Ronnie said if he sucks, he'll stick a shiv in the motherfucker.
He's like, oh man. I love when I want to get Ron recorded when he goes, oh man. Oh man. Like I have this coach with me. I can time it up. And we've bet on it. Coach Ray. He will come every day to practice with the same fucking he's never in a different mood. So every day, and you guys have to meet him. He'll be like, "What's up, coach? Another day. Another day. It's always another day. Another day. Another crazy day. He might mix a crazy in there."
So Ian Rappaport just reported on the broadcast that the reason that Peyton Wilson has dropped is because one of his knees is missing an ACL. That's wow. Roberto Garza had the same issue.
That dude's a talented motherfucker. And that's the kind of guy you take with your last pick as a shot that maybe you find a great football player.
I just sent
Shane, I don't know. Medusa Man rolls his own Beretta.
I'm sure Medusa Man will have a 14 paragraph comment in YouTube tomorrow morning telling us all about it.
What you start with, do you know all Cuban cigars are rolled with Connecticut tobacco?
Are you just openly trying to piss
Ron G off?
Newport off?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was just checking.
But he does love us again.
I love you guys.
We were slipping, according to him.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this, Newport. I did say he was a 2-time All Ivy. You don't get 2-time All Ivy, All American if you're not starting. Would you like to know anything else about the 6'5", 330-pound senior from Hinsdale, Illinois? Guess what high school he went to? Hinsdale Central. That's where he fucking went to. In 2022, first team All Ivy. He started 10 games at left tackle. He also helped the Bulldogs lead the Ivy League in rushing and total offense. So stop. First team All Ivy for the second straight season.
And he was hurt. He was hurt this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And still made first team All Ivy.
Did you guys say he played? Did you guys say he played the little guard as well?
Yeah. So in
maybe early on, he played right guard.
I can give you all the snaps right here. 2021, he played left guard, 669 snaps at left guard, and he played 24 snaps at left tackle. 2022.
This is such a Ryan Poles
pick. Right guard. It says right guard. not left on his Yale bio.
Oh, yeah.
In 2021, it says right guard, so they might have it wrong there. I know they wouldn't. It's his fucking Yale. They ain't getting that shit wrong.
Well, 2022, he played 661 snaps at left tackle. 2023, 234 snaps over 4 games.
The other thing I want Newport, and only Newport, to know, he's not going to get this information from anybody who said Caleb Williams has a 0.0 chance to be drafted by the Bears. So, do you know?
Impressed by the numbers we gave him, clearly.
Named the
I hear him
Ivy League
I hear him right now.
Offensive Lineman of the Year by Phil Steele.
It's 11:15 right now. He's probably texting. Although I got these fuckers so fired up over there, bro. Doing my job.
Oh my God. What does Zenya say? Ron is trying to rig something up to come on live with you guys.
What?
His wife is texting me.
Yeah, he just said his main laptop is at work.
It's like rig something up.
I love Ron and his wife. If he can't get on, that's okay. We'll bring him on tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't want to put pressure on Ron. He's like feeling pressured. Do you know Ron drove to Midway, picked up Adam Rank from the airport? If I had known Ivan was taking a break from working, I would have asked Ivan to do it. But Ron G stepped up 6 o'clock,
Peyton
right
Wilson,
on the dot.
Pittsburgh Steeler.
Come on.
Yep.
Just like that, he can't drop.
Just like that.
Zenya, if he can't come on, it's okay. He can come on tomorrow and say hello.
So what is our plan of attack going to be tomorrow? I mean, we'll hang around.
Are you going to want to?
I'll be here.
Are you going to want to hang on for the whole draft, or?
For me, that would be a resounding no. I mean,
So-
if we're not on the clock.
I'm with you. So once we finish, we can hang on for the end of the round and then wrap up.
Yeah, we deserve
You deserve.
I'm gonna have both my kids here with nobody else, so that'll be a little bit easier for me also.
Yes, he played in 4 games, Newport, last year.
Numbers.
Shane said he was hurt.
Actually, go see if that other place that you went has all 22 of them, because we have it.
We have it in the hopper right now.
And I guarantee you that.
In fact, Ivan will probably be cutting it all the way into the morning.
Ouch. That fucking burns.
I mean, I have nothing better to do, right?
Oh.
Hi. There you go. Yep. I like it.
He created us. He's the one that gave us the idea, Phil. Remember when we met in 1995? He was the one that told us that we should start our own show.
Oh.
It's kind of hard to start your own show when you're only responsible for 7% of its success. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense from Jump Street.
It's becoming a greater drop.
Yeah. How
did he stream that long?
Do you want to? I was thinking about maybe the offensive tackle from
Yale.
Could be.
I said UConn or Yale.
Yeah, it could fit.
Francisco, my bad. I starred that, meant to go back to you, but then got
I
distracted.
answered this for Scottish Bear a few hours ago. Yeah, it's a PDF file that goes, and we have. What am
I
gonna
told
do?
him that
It's yours.
$1.99. You get the patch,
Yeah.
not the one that Newport needs, but the patch. $9.99 patch over the lettering on his jersey. It never gets old, does it? How did this kid scream that long?
I was impressed. I'm not
Fortnite
gonna lie.
screaming.
Yeah.
He was like Luther Vandross holding a note for that long. I'm like, Jesus. We're gonna have to use during the season.
So I will say this about tomorrow. So we're at pick 3. We're at pick 99.
Mhm.
Third round. The pick is in for the Rams. Bears are at 122. I am not settled on. I'm not reaching for a defensive lineman. If there's even if there's an offensive weapon there, I'm
Kamara, I could
taking
say,
it.
okay, just go.
I
up
would
and-
take Leonard Taylor tomorrow again, and I know that that's kind of where I've earmarked him the entire time, is with our 4th rounder. But you guys wouldn't be stopped from adding another offensive weapon if he was your BPA, right? At this point in the draft, in 4th round, just to fill a hole. I would not at all. Did
If
Jalen
what?
Wright? Did we miss it? Is he still available?
Who's it?
Who?
Jalen Wright.
Jalen
Running back?
Wright. Oh, yeah. I didn't
Yes,
see him.
he hasn't
I
gone
didn't
off
see
the
him go
board.
Yeah.
Wow, that surprises me.
Well, if they like a guy like Wright, I mean, you have questions with your running back. Well, you have questions
Look,
really with
Ivan, I swear to God, I'm gonna send you this reel.
what real.
That is my wife taking Justin Fields' name off the back of my jersey.
Swear to God, it just popped up like it's listening.
I'm gonna miss him.
The wife he's doing. Did he take orders for Ivan?
And I ain't getting rid of it. That is my wife taking Justin Fields' name off the back of my jersey.
He paid $300 for that jersey. He should have ordered it across the pond from China.
You're on mute, Shane.
You're on mute, Shane.
The
You're on
Washington
mute.
Commanders. I got to get rid of this cough. That's why I've been staying on mute. They
Yeah.
just drafted wide receiver Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, Ron G's wife. Oh, Luke McCaffrey just went to Washington. Ron G's wife, she just ordered 2 long sleeve TTNL logos tees, and she can't wait to get them.
Nice.
Nice. Right here's the new one. Ivan Chase Greatness. I also have the motherfucking facts, y'all. Somewhere.
Replay
Is-
this real quick as we. This
The
is the last
Tate
pick,
Horn.
correct?
I love this kid.
Yeah.
If he's there, we'll take him.
Yep. Take 2 of them.
That was dope that you did that.
Dope, as the kids like to say.
Before we go, I want to see the Coach Wolverine update has risen. According to sources, we have $13,405.37. All of you, thank you so much for your donations. Tomorrow, we will go through it all with you.
Maybe we'll throw up a little live couple clips of our friend from BYU on the big show. Throw up a couple plays up there.
Oh, Yale, you mean?
Or yeah, my bad. I was literally just reading about the BYU.
Courtney texted me. She's like, Phil, I so want to jump on with you guys, but I'm being pulled in all these directions.
Yeah, let her do her job.
Told her, don't worry about nothing.
Right.
I'm like, we'll get up after the draft. She's totally down for that. But I want to be, he asked. Trust me, I always invite Courtney Cronin on. What's up, yo? What's up, yo? Kamara is my guy that I really want to finish off this weekend. I love the draft. The kid from Yale is offering them a enormous upside talent. I didn't even know that he's from Illinois and is a Bears fan. And you saw how important that is for this GM. And we've always said that, like, don't you want to embrace the passion for football and that allegiance to your city? There's something that goes. I mean, no one could speak on it better than Zorich tomorrow, who grew up in Chicago and played for the Bears. So I will cut, or Ivan's going to cut. Can you cut some of that tape, Ivan? And Chris Harold, thank you so much for getting that. That's phenomenal. And we will break him down a little bit tomorrow, as Shane has promised, before we get out. And then on Sunday, we're going to take a break and take time off with our family. And then we will be back to the grind next week, breaking down all of the draft picks, all of the undrafteds, and everything to get you ready for the most important, impactful season ever. Yes, we were the guys that told you Justin will be traded and the Bears should and will draft Caleb Williams. Thus they did. That's where we stand above the others. Right.
Well, let's get out of here. We love you guys. We will see you. I think everything kicks off. What time are we?
It's scheduled? 12 tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I know. So I think we're gonna do, what is our start time is 11:30.
Then let me do what I hired to do.
11:30 a.m. tomorrow. But beyond that, we're gonna get out of here. Grown man's Christmas, like we like to say. Tomorrow is the last day of it, so let's make it count. Love you guys.
Love you
See you
guys.
later.
We'll see.